We are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, Trump pretty much laying out his Gaza plan. We're going to get to the reactions of it, and then we're also going to get to our guy, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, what they had to say after Trump's meeting, after their meeting with Trump. Let's see how that worked out, and hopefully it's going in the right direction because we are one day away from a possible government shutdown. Let's get right into it, guys.
Thank you very much, everybody.
And shout out my man Jet for starting us off with 100 joules.
Everybody.
Shout out.
So this is a big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords.
Really?
And most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East. And let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible, every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done, not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard.
I mean, considering that the common critique of Trump is that he's ran by the Zionists, I mean, you wouldn't believe it. You're like, hold on, you're trying to extend the Abraham Accords? Wait, you're talking about peace in the Middle East? I thought you worked for Bibi. I mean, he's kind of showing a little bit of faith right now. He's kind of giving us a little bit of faith that he's not being controlled by Israel, and that's a good thing.
Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard.
Never all in on that.
They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's an incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ,
Yeah, Qatar, Egypt. I mean, of course, the Saudis are all pretty much sending Hamas Trump's deal, trying to pretty much convince them to accept the deal. Like, dog, this is y'all best year y'all getting. He's trying to reinstate the Abraham Accords. So you might actually get what y'all want. You might actually get what you've been fighting for. Possibly, maybe.
Totally involved. These are
But Hamas still got to go.
the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known them actually for a long time, and they're in many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons, production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases.
I mean, that's really one of the things that Hamas wanted. So one of the main things is the immediate ceasefire. If both sides agreed, then a 72-hour window to return all remaining Israeli hostages alive and deceased. In exchange, Israel would release let's see here. They will go ahead and release about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and pause operations and begin a stage of withdrawal from Palestine. So, yeah, it does. This is actually pretty much the best deal they're going to get, to be quite honest. In terms of, Israeli hostages and Palestinians, finally, the Palestinian hostages are finally being addressed. So 2,000 of them should also be released. Hey, I'm for it.
No more shooting, hopefully, as progress
Both
is
sides should
made
be
toward
happy.
achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, U.S. full backing. Marco's here. A lot of our leaders are here, our great vice president, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you.
I mean, one of Hamas's main concerns that's been addressed. One of the main concerns that's been addressed. So far as land, that's just out the window. But as far as them getting prisoners back, which is one of the main reasons that they said they took hostages, was to get some of their own hostages back. Well, like I said, this could maybe lead to a possible agreement with Hamas. Like, they may say yes. I'm leaning more towards yes, hopefully. Oh, God, let's remember to double tap that screen real quick. Yep, let's remember to double tap that screen. Let's get more people in on the conversation by liking the video.
To do. Everyone.
And shout out Cache My Memory for sending in 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region. And that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end. And this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed.
So in the terms of, and it's what Trump is answering is, who's going to run Gaza in the short term? And this is the answer, a technocratic Palestinian committee overseen by an international board of peace, chaired by Trump himself, with Tony Blair among members. Hamas has no role. An international stabilization force will support vetted Palestinian police. So they're going to get their own police, and they might work towards remilitarizing them, but for now they're going to be demilitarized, and they're working on, having some type of governance for them. But as of now, it's being governed by this, or will be governed by this Board of Peace chaired by Trump.
Not at my request, believe me.
In a way, the man would damn near be running 2 countries.
Very busy. But we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this. So it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it. And we'll do it right. And we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders. And we'll have a board. And one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others. And they'll be named over the next few days. And it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I noticed that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, Bibi, I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things.
I mean, at least he recognized Bibi's hatred for a Palestinian state in the propaganda of October 7th. Oh, they can't have a state because of October 7th. And I mean, everybody want to act like October 7th was unprovoked. Well, sorry, guys, but it wasn't. But I do like how Trump's addressing Bibi's concern, but he's also saying, like, Bibi, I understand what you're saying, and everybody want to bring up October 7th, but we got to let them have something. Like, I think the whole reason why this is happening is because you guys refuse to give them their state. Actually, that's been the beef since day one, is that you won't give them a state. So let's just give them a state, okay?
Please get the hostages back and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life. But he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people. But they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too.
And I'm surprised because, this deal, this Abraham Accords would basically be setting the Palestinians up to have their own state. Like, that's exactly what it's doing. It's setting them up to be able to govern themselves and police themselves, but most likely never militarize themselves.
But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago, they withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And
Let's be honest, though. I mean, when Israel withdrew from Gaza in that time, yeah, they still controlled their infrastructure. So we like to say that they removed themselves, I guess physically. But I'm be honest with you, when you control these people's infrastructure and you kind of control where they can go and all that good stuff, I mean, did you really leave? Did you really leave?
said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. A terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them, and they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing
probably the best
support
one they're
from
going
the
to get.
leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the...
I mean, this is going to be the ultimate test right here for the Palestinians. I mean, it's now were the Israelis right and these Palestinians are just natural born terrorists, or were they wrong? And it was, like I said, let's be real, like half of Gaza most likely didn't get to vote for Hamas because Hamas was voted in like 20 years ago. And let's be real here. What majority, like what was it? Majority of the people in Gaza, I think like half of them are below 18. So, I mean, if Hamas was elected 20 years ago, then why do people say like the Palestinian people voted, like damn near all of them voted for Hamas? That's not true. Like, let's be quite honest. Most of the people who voted for Hamas are almost dead at this point. I mean, either by Israel or, well, by age.
War immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it. And creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but they shouldn't have to be within a few days. They shouldn't have to be a shot fired. Mm-hmm. And maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true.
It'd be lovely.
I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords.
I like how he's honing down on that, because he's like, look, man, I've been a great supporter of Israel, so please forgive me for letting the Palestinians at least try to establish their own state, because obviously the Israeli government does not want that. The people of Israel, I mean, sure, they're okay with it, but the Benjamin Netanyahu regime, nope, not at all.
To say it that way, because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords are amazing. Abraham. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them.
I'm
And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there.
And shout out to my man Monty. So, in other words, we're annexing Palestine. This actually has a good chance for peace, objectively speaking. I'm telling you, like, there's immediate ceasefire. Israel gets their hostages. The Palestinians get their hostages. Hamas got to disarm, give up control. I mean, bro, it's ran by a peace board, ran by Trump. International Stabilization Force would vet Palestinian police. So to get the police themselves, we're setting them up to govern themselves. Yeah, this could work out.
I hope.
If Hamas accepts it. Actually, it all hinges on if Hamas accepts it. Damn near like United States and almost every Arab nation besides Yemen is going like, yo, Hamas, please accept the deal.
We hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there. It's a great thing for them.
And let's be honest. I mean, that is one of Iran's beef with us. And if you think it's just Iran just hates our freedom, like George Bush said, no, not at all. But that one of their main gripes with us is that we support Israel and I'm gonna be real with you. I would say they're attacks on the Palestinians. I ain't gonna say they're terrorist attacks because people have mixed feelings about that. But yeah, they're due to their attacks on the Palestinians relentlessly on both sides, of course. Yeah, Iran has not really liked the U.S. for supporting that, and of course destabilizing some of their neighbors. But that's one of Iran's beef with us. And if we can settle that, then maybe Iran could be cooler with us. Maybe. And of course, we got to deal with their whole nuclear stockpile.
Economically, I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so, when I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it. Please don't do it. It'll end the whole world. Please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because I heard I was going to do it. And leaders of countries were calling me. And I think it was on a Thursday that I did it. And they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day. And I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday. And I called them back, the biggest people in the world. And they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. And we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron. That's what they said. It didn't lead to anything.
I'm not even gonna lie. He caught me by surprise. I think Trump caught a lot of people by surprise coming up with this deal. Honestly, I thought he was just going to greenlight Israel steamrolling into Gaza and just taking it all over. I honestly didn't think he was going to go towards like remaking of the Abraham Accords, or as he would like to say, the Arab-ham Accords.
Thing. It just led to something that I promised and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago, they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good Marks, you think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart. If you want to know the truth, I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be.
Trump literally went in front of the entire UN and just start cooking them. Pretty much just say, look, you guys ain't working up to your full potential. You ain't helped me out with none of these peace deals. If anything, you create more problems than you solve. So, I mean, what's going on, guys? Like, man, you kind of leaving me hanging. And then you want to give me the effed up escalator. My wife almost tripped. And now I got this effed up teleprompter. It was kind of funny because that's literally how Trump was sounding as he lays into all of the countries.
From the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations relief.
I'm weak. Shout out, Mike said that abracadabra accords at this point. Yes, the abracadabra accords. Boom, you got to stay.
And Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama. And Biden, and I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that.
Yeah, but now, like I said, we might be getting into it with Iran again because they moved the goalpost from 90% enriched uranium to now, well, if you just got enough of 60% enriched uranium, you can get something started with that. I'm like, come on now. Come on, guys. Like, really?
But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown. And the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it. But they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel.
I mean, let's be real. The enemies of Israel want it is because you're giving them a Palestinian state. I mean, that's all the enemies of Israel was really concerned about. A lot of them was concerned about that. Like, a lot of y'all going to find out it just wasn't F Israel for no reason. It wasn't just because they hate Jews. It was because what you guys are doing to the Palestinians, they felt was wrong. That's it.
The way they
not justifying anything that they do, because firing rockets into Israel, outrageous. October 7th, unnecessary. But that's where the beef comes from.
They fight for the job they do. Including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region. It's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse.
I'm telling you.
They were
Trump then killed all the excuses of all the other countries, even Hamas. I mean, like I said, one of Hamas's main concerns was the Palestinian prisoners that they wanted back. And it's kind of effed up because it's like, all right, so we have addressed it, almost every concern of Hamas. If they don't accept it, they're going to screw themselves and the people of Palestine. So, yeah, there is really no excuse to turn down this deal when almost everything's been addressed.
We're hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in,
which I never seen coming. I'm going to be honest, I did not see this coming.
Them tremendous credit. And it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today, we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short
Oh, and for those of you who are still concerned about Hamas, like I said, the part of the deal is Hamas must disarm and give up control. Members who decommission weapons get amnesty and safe passage if they choose to leave. Gaza to be demilitarized and de-radicalized and rebuilt.
time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. Was they really had a heart-to-heart conversation? It was a great conversation. I thought it was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's
So we just bombed.
a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And it's
Yeah, I mean, to be quite honest, I mean, man, because shout out to Qatar, because I'm not gonna lie, when Israel bombed Qatar, Qatar had every right to respond to Israel if they wanted to, and nobody would have judged them for it. But the fact that it just, you know what, we understand things are hot, we're trying to keep the peace, so we're not gonna retaliate, we're just gonna keep trying to do diplomacy. When they had every right in the world just to say F us and screw diplomacy, they were still working with us. So I mean, shout out to Qatar. Like them or not, shout out.
people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do this. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with because
Yep.
I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over.
Yep, leadership's been completely decimated, and the only remaining Hamas leader, well, they got a few of them, but there was one that I reacted to. The guy was on CNN, one of their senior leaderships, and yeah, he was pretty much saying about the prisoners, about land, about them having a right to govern themselves, and all this good stuff, of course. But I'm be honest with you, I didn't think none of that was going to be addressed. To be quite honest, I thought Israel was just going to try to get all these guys about the way.
So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There's some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this was more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership. And I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with. And it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement. And I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. And I think beyond the Middle East, very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel.
You ought to be disbanded.
We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those—
I mean, let's be honest. Operation Rising Lion wasn't really about stopping Iran's nuclear capability. It was really trying to force regime change in Iran. That didn't really happen because all you did was unite these guys even more. But hey, though, Operation Midnight Hammer, though, that was a success, and that was our operation.
B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter.
Now, here's the problem, though. There might be some concerns of Hamas, because here's the problem. Members who decommission weapons and get amnesty for Hamas, there might be some outrage behind that, but I would like to tell people that, you know, you might want to get over that one. If they're willing to give up their weapons and submit to the Abraham Accords and submit to the demands of the Abraham Accords, accords, then let them live. Let them live. And if the radical ones that you can't fix, exile them, or they'll go into exile themselves. But yes, Hamas is giving a way out. Is either you demilitarize willingly, or I mean, you could always just leave Gaza
for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body.
Yep, all of Israeli hostages will be released, and in exchange, Israel would release about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners
charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself.
Okay.
This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorists, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation.
AKA a vetting process. That's what they're going to do with the Palestinian Authority. They're going to vet them to make sure that they're not radicalized against Israel.
2020.
I wonder how that's going to work out.
Peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation.
And that's what kills me about, Bibi, is that, well, all right, well, now we can no longer get mad at Hamas, and now that Hamas is we're going to get them to demilitarize, possibly. Now we got to focus on the Palestinian Authority and make them look like villains too. It's just like, all right, bro, hold on now. I thought Hamas did it. I thought Hamas did October 7th, not the Palestinian authorities. Like, let's just give them a chance here.
Your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward.
And I mean, let's be real, BB. I mean, you did fund Hamas
for Gaza in the coming years. in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy. It's tough going, but I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings.
Do that.
I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen, wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have.
All right, guys, and I do need to explain something to you guys. The difference between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, because a lot of people has the confusion because you've been listening to, well, Israeli propaganda, that these are the same people, which is wrong, actually. No, they're not the same people. Hamas is an Islamist movement and political wing, really an armed wing that has ruled Gaza since 2007, labeled a terrorist group. All right. The Palestinian Authorities, the PA, is an intern self-government set up by the Oslo Accord. Like, bruh, it administrates part of the West Bank. Like, so here's the problem. The Palestinian Authorities, they're in the West Bank. Hamas, they're in Gaza. So these are two separate people. And as you know, there's no Hamas in the West Bank. For some reason, their land is being taken as well. But there is Hamas in Gaza. So the Palestinian Authorities and Hamas are two separate groups. They're both Palestinian, but they're two separate groups with two separate ideologies and set up in two separate ways. Let's just get that out the way now.
A trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add, in Hebrew, B'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country,
Yep.
about keeping our country open.
Which I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you, it didn't look like it went well, to be quite honest.
They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions. Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think. No.
You may want to ask questions.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
I mean, who doesn't want to ask questions? Let's be honest. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into Fox News breakdown of it, and then we're going to take a look at the left. All right, guys, let's get right into it. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep the show going.
The White House also releasing a map detailing the different phases of IDF withdrawal within Gaza. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy was there, and he's now here to give us the major takeaways. Peter?
And, Will, there are 20 principles of peace, they call them, that the U.S., President Trump, and the Israelis, Prime Minister Netanyahu, agree to. We don't know yet how many of those points Hamas negotiators will agree to because the U.S. doesn't talk directly to Hamas. They rely on calls to Qatar to pass messages back and forth.
Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved.
With this, President Trump is formalizing his plan from a few months ago to redevelop Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East. One of the points here is the Trump economic development plan to rebuild and re-energize Gaza. Lots of possibilities. But first, today, Netanyahu had to do something. He had to call Qatar and say sorry for strikes inside Qatar that unintentionally killed a Qatari serviceman. Now that that's out of the way, the burden is going to shift to the Palestinians.
Yes, it is. I mean, all right. So Bibi delivered his apologies. Like, look, our bad for bombing y'all. Our bad. Now, yeah, everything's on the Palestinians. It's on Hamas to accept this deal.
I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas.
If this peace deal is ratified, President Trump will become the chairman of a newly formed board of peace. But if it is not ratified, President Trump is pledging that Israel will have full U.S. backing to continue the fight in Gaza. Will?
Peter, it's bold, it's strong, it seems to have the support of many important Arab nations, but the real question is the one that you introduced. It must have a dance partner on the other side of the card. Where is the sense of optimism coming from that this is something that will be accepted by Hamas?
The sense of optimism is coming, and again, this is like the 1% of press conference.
Well, one of the main concerns of Hamas is that, one, they want the prisoners back. Two, they want to right to self-governance, or at least the opportunity to do so. And that's kind of what Trump's plan is giving them. I'm like, all right, cool. Like, we'll withdraw. Israel will withdraw. We'll go ahead and let you guys establish your own police. Until you guys establish a government that's not radicalized against Israel, we'll go ahead and step in, and Trump will be the chair of this board of peace. And we'll give you guys a way to, I don't know, have some type of statehood. But in the meantime, we're at least going to give you guys the opportunity. So yeah, this almost all of Hamas concerns were addressed.
Of events that you see President Trump in front of a microphone that we did not have a chance to ask him questions like this, but things are so sensitive and so fragile, they want to wait on the details like that. But the optimism, if your team can put back up the map that we had, the Israelis are going to give up. They are agreeing to give up a little bit of the land that they currently occupy, and you can see it there. They're going to pull back from territory that they currently control. And
yeah, now this might be the problem here because the security buffer zone, yeah, they're going to completely withdraw, but the security buffer zone has kind of always been there. I'm going to be quite honest with you. They've always had this security buffer zone over Gaza. So I'm not sure if Hamas, that might be the only thing that might make Hamas a little bit weary, to be quite honest with you. Like if they don't accept it, it would probably be because of this security buffer zone right here, which is in my opinion completely reasonable until we assure that the Palestinian people are being governed correctly. Then maybe within the future, the security buffer zone could be lifted.
That is why that kind of a concession is the reason that folks around here think that they could actually be getting really, really close to an agreement. But again, it's 20 points. That kind of detail helps with something like this, but that's 20 things for Hamas negotiators who have proven to be as stubborn as any in a global conflict over the last several centuries, or at least several decades. It gives them 20 things to go through and pick apart and say, no, we want these 20 changes made.
Well, that's a perfect transition, Peter. We'd love for you to hang out while we bring in Fox News chief correspondent Trey Yingst, who's live from Tel Aviv, into our discussion. Trey, you just heard Peter's report. Tell me what you think the sense is, not just with Hamas. Would any of these be acceptable conditions to Hamas, but what the attitude is inside of Israel?
Yeah, Will, I want to start with some breaking news here. An official briefed on the current talks, speaking exclusively with Fox News, says that Qatar's prime minister and Egypt's intelligence chief just met with Hamas negotiators and shared with them that 20-point Trump plan. The Hamas negotiators telling Qatar's prime minister and Egypt's intelligence chief they will review it in good faith and provide a response. Again, that is the first official piece of information that we have about Hamas actually viewing this document that was presented today by President Trump at the White House alongside Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin.
So now that we know, so now we know that Hamas has got the message. They got the 20-point plan. They're going to review it, and we're going to see what happens.
Netanyahu. Anticipation is growing across the Middle East, Will, as it relates to this proposal. President Trump offered an olive branch to the Palestinian people, allowing them to stay in Gaza, giving them billions of dollars worth of funds from the international community to rebuild, and ushering in a new technocratic government for the Palestinian people. All of this, though, hinges on Hamas and whether or not they will lay down their arms and release the remaining 48 hostages, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. And that is part of the reason that there is such tension here in the Middle East, because it's unclear whether or not Hamas will agree to such a deal. Will?
Peter, quickly back to you. You just heard Trey's report. And as you mentioned, everything with Hamas goes through Qatar. You were there for that phone call today. President Trump described it as a heart-to-heart between Benjamin Netanyahu and Qatari officials. So if Qatar is playing middleman, is that someone that you got the sense from the White House that is playing an endorser of this 20-point plan, or would they be undercutting this 20-point plan to Hamas?
They would be more neutral, but on the side of endorsing, because it is in their interest for this war to end. A lot of these, and President Trump was talking about this a little bit, these Arab and Muslim nations don't want this war to be continuing right now, but they also haven't wanted to intervene. And so it seems like Qatar is going to be the key player here. We got a sense of that when we traveled to the Middle East to Qatar with President Trump a few months ago. He wants to deepen ties with the Qataris. And so they are going to be important. They might be the most important people here other than President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. But again, as Trey was just talking about, the wild card is...
And I do feel bad for Qatar, because Qatar, bro, they're like the scapegoat of the Middle East, especially when it came to funding Hamas. A lot of people don't know that Benjamin Netanyahu approved funding to Hamas through Qatar. I mean, you can actually look this up. The Qataris even got my man's signature on it, saying that, yo, you approved for us to give these funds to Qatar, I mean, to Hamas, because you didn't want to give it to them yourselves. So, I mean, there's that as well. And them also getting bombed for, well, honestly, being diplomats, trying to hold negotiations. And for that, they get bombed in their country. I mean, they get their country bombed. It's wild. And then anybody trying to defend it, I mean, let's be real, though. I mean, I hope you're never a diplomat. Let's be quite honest. People like that don't need to be diplomats because, yeah, you have too much hatred in your heart to actually come out with some real diplomacy. If you just want to think, if you think that bombing an ally is cool.
Hamas and their negotiators and President Trump, while they are so optimistic, he started this press conference today by saying that this could be one of the great days in the history of civilization. But there is a catch. It might not work out. And that all depends on these Hamas guys.
All right, Peter, excellent report. Thank you so much for sharing that with us and being a part of this conversation. We're going to keep Trey for one more minute, and I want to ask you about that moment in history, Trey. It would be an incredible moment in history that sets not only this Trump administration apart from all the others who've tried to achieve peace in the Middle East, but it would be historical on its own in the Middle East, regardless of who's the president. And it makes you wonder, Trey, how likely we pull off this 20-point plan.
Well, absolutely. And look, the president has been able to get the Qataris back as a mediator in all of this, and they are quite frankly needed to get such a deal done. He actually had Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, from the Oval Office call the Prime Minister of Qatar and apologize for striking his country earlier this month, where one Qatari security official was killed along with 5 Hamas officials. Right. But when we zoom out here,
as he should, because I was dead wrong. Even if you was trying to get out in the Hamas official, and the thing is, you were trying to take out the negotiators. So it's either Bibi kind of knew that this was coming, he was trying to take out the negotiators to make it happen. I mean, or he was just bloodthirsty to get these guys, no matter what.
President is presenting here is the possibility of peace in the Middle East, and this could be an initial step towards stabilizing the region, trying to rebuild the situation inside Gaza after a horrific 2-year war that saw a massive amount of suffering for the civilian population in both Israel and in Gaza, and then usher in a new chapter for the region that would allow President Trump to expand the Abraham Accords and bring in countries even as far as Iran. The president bringing that up from the White House, saying it's a possibility. Right. And so the president's vision here is very broad, and this is the first step in all of it.
Well, you have to love, if nothing else, the optimism and the ambition. Trey Inks, thanks so much for joining us from Tel Aviv.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next video because here are lawmakers' comments after Trump's last chance meeting to, well, stop the government from being shut down. So let's get right into it. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, or AIPAC Shakur. So let's get into it.
Step into the microphones at the White House. Let's listen.
We met with the president for the first time since all of these issues started, even though we have requested repeated meetings with Leader Thune, Speaker Johnson, and the president. We have very large differences on health care,
obviously,
and on their ability to undo whatever budget we agree to through rescissions and through impoundment, as well as pocket rescissions. And I think for the first time, the president heard our objections and heard why we needed a bipartisan bill. Their bill has not one iota of Democratic input. That is never how we've done this before. When I was leader, we negotiated 4 times with Republicans, and we never had a shutdown. And so it's up to the Republicans whether they want to shut down or not. We've made to the president some proposals.
I mean, hold on, Schumer, did you forget when you kind of led to it last time? When you and Nancy Pelosi kind of had that little back and forth with Trump in the Oval Office? Like, you don't remember that? And of course, you're going to try to blame it on Republicans, even though you guys are the ones holding it up.
Our Republican leaders will have to talk to him about them, but ultimately he's the decision maker. And if he will accept some of the things we asked, which we think the American people are for, on health care and on rescissions, he can avoid a shutdown. But there are still large differences between us.
It was a frank and direct discussion with the President of the United States and Republican leaders, but significant and meaningful differences remain. Democrats are fighting to protect the health care of the American people. And we are not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of everyday Americans. Period. Full stop. There's a Republican-caused healthcare crisis that is causing hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health clinics all across the country, in rural America, urban America, small-town America, the heartland of America, and Black and brown communities throughout this country. And that crisis is happening right now. And that's why—
I mean, hold on now. And it's funny because you say that, but in July, when we was in a deficit, it was mainly because of Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. So people are getting their needs met, and there hasn't been deaths due to Medicaid. I mean, or for people being taken off Medicaid or Medicare. So what are you saying?
we believe there is urgency to both.
Oh, and then he also forgets to mention that $50 billion was allocated to rural area hospitals. So once again, what are you talking about? At this point, it does seem likely that you're just trying to get these, well, I'm gonna be real with you, trying to increase the spending in healthcare by $1.5 trillion just to give it to what, illegals? Hopefully not. But this just can't be for the American people, seeing that we do need to low-key cut spending in those areas.
Keeping the government open, reaching a bipartisan spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, their economic well-being, and quality of life, while also addressing the dangerous Republican healthcare crisis.
We laid out
What
to the
Republican
president
healthcare?
some of the
It's only been like 2 months, maybe 3. Yeah, it's only been 2 months since the big beautiful bill got signed. What are you talking about? Healthcare crisis? Like, what? Everybody's people who were originally on healthcare before the bill is still on there now. That's the funny part. Maybe the lazy guys who got kicked off are off, but guess what? A lot of them went and got a job or went and volunteered, and they maintained their Medicaid. So what are you talking about? What healthcare crisis? I have not seen anything in the news, and trust me, I review the news every day that says, oh, 1.5 million, 3 million Americans have been kicked off Medicaid. People are dying in the streets because they ain't got no health care. It's like, no, you know that's not what's happening.
consequences of what's happening in healthcare. And by his face and by the way he looked, I think he heard about them for the first time. The closing of rural hospitals. The fact that so many clinics are closing. And I don't know if he knew this before, but the fact that people will pay $4,000 more a year, $400 more a month, close to $5,000 more a year on their healthcare premiums if we don't do anything. And people don't know what to do. Yeah.
Bro, what does that have to do with government-funded healthcare? What does that have to do with that? It's funded by the government. It's assisted out by the government. It's not like we're talking about private insurance, my man.
Average working family can't afford that. I told him how I met a mother who was crying to me because her daughter had cancer. And what has happened with healthcare, with what they have done, she's going to watch her daughter suffer and maybe die. And so he seemed to, for the first time, understand the magnitude of this crisis. And we hope he'll talk to the Republican leaders and tell them we need bipartisan input on healthcare, on rescissions into their bill.
I mean, not to be a dick, but if I wanted to sell the point he's making, I would literally go find this little girl and their mother. I would make a story out of it. I would explain the situation all the way through and explain how this is hurting these people through Trump's policies. I mean, it's about as easy as that. I'm sorry, but we just can't believe you just off the bat just because you say it. I mean, please show us this young lady who's being affected who's being affected by Trump's healthcare plan or his cuts to Medicaid. Because let's be honest, she got Medicaid, especially she's low income. Medicaid kicks in. There's other things that kick in for her as well. I mean, she might even get Medicare. Never mind, depending on the circumstances of it. But usually it's for older people. But Medicare is usually her lane.
Their bill does not have a...
My bad. Medicaid is usually the lane. Sorry, guys. Monty probably want to go upside my head right now.
Talk to us. Thune didn't negotiate with me. Johnson didn't negotiate with Hakeem. And on the key issues, the Appropriations Committee, which has talked about 3 of the smaller bills, they're good bills, they said The appropriators couldn't agree and said, kick it up to the 4 leaders. They still haven't talked.
And let me say, we're deadly serious about addressing the Republican-caused healthcare crisis because it's a deadly serious issue for the American people. Largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Hospitals, nursing homes.
I know we have the biggest spending in Medicaid in American history. So, I mean, yeah, we can't have, I'm sorry, dog, but we can't have the largest spending. We do have to have some cuts. If we had large spending that we need to take care of, well, I mean, that just goes hand in hand that there would be a large cut, right? Okay, then.
And community-based health clinics closing right now. The fact that more than 20 million Americans are on the brink of experiencing dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which benefit working class Americans. And we pointed that out. I pointed that out. Working class Americans,
Bro,
their health care.
most people copay still $40, G. I mean, I don't know what you're really talking about. No copays went up, but I mean, okay. Okay.
That's what we're fighting to preserve, to defend, and to strengthen.
Thank you.
Oh, and these subsidies that he's talking about, they don't run out until December. We have until December to decide on this, but they're trying to bring it up now. It's like, that's also one of the hiccups of their argument. It's like, you do know that we're still under these subsidies. We got them all the way out until December, and then we can go ahead and vote on them. What you're doing now is childish and has nothing to do with Medicaid cuts.
Want to take questions or not? No. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
All right, we were listening to Hakeem Jeffries and Leader Schumer talking about the looming government shutdown. Joining us to discuss further is Republican Congressman.
Hold on, now I do want to get into what J.D. Vance and what's his name, Mike Johnson had to say, and John Thune. All right, let's get into it.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We just had a very frank conversation with the Senate and House Democratic leadership. Look, the principle at stake here is very simple. We have disagreements about tax policy, but you don't shut that government down. We have disagreements about healthcare policy, but you don't shut the government down. You don't use your policy disagreements as leverage to not pay our troops, to not have essential services of government actually function. You don't say the fact that you disagree about a particular tax provision is an excuse for shutting down the people's government and all the essential services that come along with it. If you look at what Chuck Schumer has said in the past consistently, it's whatever our disagreements are, let's negotiate with them. Let's talk about them. Let's figure out a bipartisan solution, but you don't shut the government down. In other words, you don't put a gun to the American people's head and say, unless you do exactly what Senate and House Democrats want you to do, we're going to shut down your government. That's exactly what they're proposing out there. Now, we have to remember, they're very frustrated. They say that they're very frustrated about the fact that this negotiation has not taken place until today. But if you look at the original thing they did with this negotiation, it was a $1.5 trillion spending package. Basically saying to the American people, we want to give massive amounts of money.
I mean, can you imagine crying about increased spending of the big, beautiful bill? And then bro, not more than 3 months later, come through and was like, well, actually, I want to add 1.5 trillion to the spending, please. Please and thank you, Mr. Trump. Is like, are you serious? You were just the same person crying about increased spending. Then you come to Trump asking for increased spending. Oh, these guys are clowns. Clowns at this point.
Billions of dollars to illegal aliens for their health care while Americans are struggling to pay their health care bills. That was their initial foray into this negotiation. We thought it was absurd. We told them it was absurd. And now they come in here saying that if you don't give us everything that we want, we're going to shut down the government. We think that's preposterous. Right. We think it's totally unacceptable. And we think the American people are going to suffer because these guys won't do the right thing. Now, I want to make one final point here. You will hear a lot from Senate Democrats, from House Democrats about the fact that American healthcare policy is broken. Well, we know that American healthcare policy is broken. We've been trying to fix it for the 8 months that we've been in office. But every single thing that they accuse about being broken about American healthcare is policy that Democrats have supported for the past decade. So if they want to talk about how to fix American healthcare policy, let's do it. The Speaker would love to do it. The Senate Majority Leader would love to do it. Let's work on it together. But let's do it in the context of an open government that's providing essential services to the American people. That's all that we're proposing to do. And the fact that they refuse to do that shows how unreasonable their position is. I think we're headed to a shutdown because the Democrats won't do the right thing. I hope they change their mind, but we're going to see. I'll let the Speaker say a few words.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. I want to thank the president as well. They showed strong leadership today. They invited the 4 leaders over here because the president is operating in good faith, and he demonstrated that very well. The problem is that Chuck Schumer and Leader Jeffries refused to acknowledge the simple facts.
Honestly, it's like they pretty much came in to say, yo, look, we're taking the government hostage. It's either you capitulate or we're shutting down the government because we have that power. And that's it. It's like it's a power move, and they're trying to pull a power move on the president.
What the simple facts are,
which is evidently going to hurt the American people. But they can always just blame the Republicans, and the Republicans will blame the Democrats. But guess who suffers? The people.
The president would say, this is the common sense thing to do. This is the right thing to do. This is the simple thing to do. By way of review, the House is getting back to the way the regular appropriations process is supposed to work. 12 separate appropriations bills passed through the House Appropriations Committee, 3 off the floor. The Senate doing their work.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? You can go ahead and super chat it in. It's a great way to keep the show going and to keep the show engaging. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
As well. All this in bipartisan fashion, by the way. They passed 3 bills in the Senate. Those bills don't match up exactly. So for the first time in years, since 2019, you have a conference committee that is being constituted between the House and the Senate. This is the way a bill becomes a law. They work out the differences. All this is happening in bipartisan fashion. The problem is we run out of clock. September 30th is the end of the fiscal year, so we need a little more time. So what we did in the Republican majority is the right, responsible, simple thing. A clean continuing resolution, a short-term, nonpartisan continuing resolution. It's only 24 pages in length. Leader Thune has a copy if you want to see the exhibit. There's nothing partisan in here. No policy writers, none of our big party preferences, because we want to do the right thing by the American people and allow more time for negotiation. Now, there's a reason that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have come out here, stomped the feet, saying that they can't go along with this. They're trying to bring in extraneous issues. They issued a counter proposal. You should go take a look at what they requested. $1.5 trillion in new spending that is unrelated to the ongoing appropriations process. They wanted to, as you said, restore taxpayer-funded benefits. Okay, hardworking taxpayers in America. They want to take your funds and give that for benefits to illegal aliens. They want to restore that because we got rid of them. They want to prop up left-leaning media outlets. $500 million they threw in on top of that. $1.5 trillion on a 7-week stopgap funding bill. We're not going to do that. They know we can't do that. And we never have in the past. During the Biden administration, there were 13 threatened shutdowns. The Republicans in the minority did the right thing. We kept the government open. We're simply asking for the Democrats to do the same. Again, I want to thank President Trump for the strong, solid leadership. He listened to the arguments, and they just wouldn't acknowledge the simple facts. I want to thank Vice President here for showing his leadership as well. If the Democrats make the decision to shut the government down, the consequences are on them, and I think it's absolutely tragic. We've never said that was a good idea. We never believed it is.
Yeah.
I want you to remember when we voted.
See, I wish that was the case, Mike Johnson, but that's not going to be the case. They're going to go ahead and blame it on us. We're going to blame it on them. It's going to be a back and forth. Why do people suffer? And I mean, that's the problem. That's why I think they should just capitulate and wait and to bring up their arguments for midterms. But here's the problem, though. Like I said, these are the same guys that were complaining about increased spending. Come to Trump talking about increased spending. Like, it's absolutely hilarious. And somebody need to call them out on it, especially on the left, because y'all need to call out y'all own hypocrisy.
We passed it out of the House. The House has done its job. We did that almost 2 weeks ago. Every Democrat in the House except one voted to shut the government down. That is the record. And don't forget it. That's
Vice President. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're talking about. 24 pages. It's a continuing resolution to fund the government through November the 21st. I don't know where they're saying this is some huge partisan thing. This is something we do fairly routinely. And when the Democrats had the majority on 13 different occasions, they had the majority. President Biden was in the White House. We passed continuing resolutions to fund the government. This is purely and simply hostage taking on behalf of the Democrats.
I mean, facts.
Republicans are united. House Republicans, Senate Republicans.
Hostage politics at its finest. I mean, yeah, he's like, yo, you don't do what we say, we're going to shut down the government, and then we're going to blame it on you because the American people are going to be the one that suffers. It's like, that's literally hostage politics. I don't know why they're pulling it as if it's not see-through. But here's the thing, though. I mean, when you got a base that's just so delusional that they'll always frame Trump as the villain, even if it's obviously the Democrats' fault. I mean, you can do whatever you want when you got a brainwashed base like that.
President Trump, the House has passed a clean funding resolution to fund the government until November the 21st. It's clean, it is bipartisan, and it is short term. But it gives us enough time to finish the appropriations process, which is the way we should be funding the government. So Republicans in the House, Senate, President United, they passed the bill. This is sitting right now at the Senate desk. We can pick it up and pass it tonight. We can pick it up and pass it tomorrow before the government shuts down. And then we don't have a government shutdown. It is totally up to the Democrats because right now they are the only thing standing between the American people and the government shutting down. We're all in favor of funding the government. And this is something that's been done routinely 13 different times by the Democrats when they have the majority. So it's to me, it's purely a hostage-taking exercise on the part of the Democrats. We are willing to sit down and work with them on some of the issues they want to talk about, whether it's extension of premium tax credits with reforms. We're happy to have that conversation. But as of right now, this is a hijacking of the American people, and it's the American people who are going to pay the price.
Yep.
Mr. Vice President.
We want to keep this government open. It is not good for the American people to have the government shut down for any period of time. We will manage it appropriately, but it is something that can all be avoided. It can all be avoided by accepting a reasonable position, which is what the House has passed and what sits at the Senate desk, which is to continue to fund the government with a short-term continuing resolution. It has never been a viewpoint that $1.5 trillion is a reasonable amount of spending to be included on a short-term CR. This is hostage-taking. It is not something that we are going to accept, and we hope that the Democrats come back to the brink, fund this government, and allow us to move forward. Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Vice President, so just to be clear, is there room for negotiation here with Democrats? And you mentioned you believe that we are headed toward a government shutdown. Is the federal government preparing to fire federal workers if the government does indeed shut down?
Well, first of all, we have to keep essential services functioning as well as possible if the Democrats shut down the government, and Russ has been tasked with making sure that's possible. And that's about negotiations. One of the things I admired about the president, but frankly the entire team's approach during the conversation we just had with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries was, they have some crazy ideas. Giving taxpayer money to illegal aliens for healthcare, that's a crazy idea. Funding transgender surgeries in Peru, that's a crazy idea. But they had some ideas that I actually thought were reasonable, and they had some ideas that the president thought was reasonable. What's not reasonable is to hold those ideas as leverage and to shut down the government unless we give you everything that you want. There were multiple times where Leader Jeffries or Leader Schumer would say, you know what, we should be doing this, and the president of the United States would say, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really pathetic way of trying to get your way. It's like, no, you're willing to let the American people suffer just so you guys can get your way. Of increased spending. And like I said, same people that was talking about, oh, they're trying to increase spending, they're trying to send us into a recession and all that, send the dollar off a cliff. But then you guys come back, you want $1.5 trillion, not billion, trillion.
Let's have that conversation, but we're going to do it in the context of the people's government being open. We're not going to let you take the people's government hostage and then give you everything you want. And that's really the state of the negotiation. Yeah, let's have a conversation. Let's have a negotiation. But we're not going to shut down the government because we won't give the Democrats everything that they want.
Can you respond to what Senator Schumer said, that there were aspects about health care ending for certain people that the president was learning about for the first time in that meeting? And was the president open to a deal on the ACA subsidies?
Well, I'm highly skeptical that the president was learning about it for the first time, thanks to Chuck Schumer. But what I will say is, look, we have put a $50 billion rural hospital fund into the big, beautiful bill that we passed a few months ago. Because we know that under Biden administration's policies, there are a lot of small town hospitals, a lot of rural health care that was getting shut down and that was struggling. We're trying to fix that problem. In fact, we're happy to work with Democrats to fix that problem. We want to work across the aisle to make sure that people have access to good health care. We are not going to let Democrats shut down the government, take a hostage unless we give them everything that they want. That's not how the people's government has ever worked. That's certainly not how it's going to work under the Trump administration.
This is very important on health care. Their counterproposal, what Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are demanding, is that they claw back the $50 billion that we put into the rural hospital support structure. They want to take that back. We're not going to do that. We passed that because we have to allow for that. Also, if they shut the government down, not only are troops unpaid, federal workers, and all the services that everybody relies upon, but the WIC program, the nutrition program, women, infant, and children, they will not get that program, will not be funded. FEMA won't be funded. We have hurricanes off the coast of the United States right now. This is serious business. You have telehealth, you have mental health services, all that's funded by the government would stop if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats have their way. The Democrat shutdown would be damaging for the country. We can't allow for it.
Agreed. I mean, to be quite honest, it is one of those moments where you're kind of just looking at our politicians.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
They are really about to let the government shut down because y'all want to be petty? Like, really? And shout out to my man Green Bean. Yo, Set, what up? He says, stay blessed, y'all. And shout out to my man. Shout out to my man Green Bean. And shout out to Big Wave Dave. He says, do we really suffer with a shutdown, though? Well, yeah, some people do, Dave. I mean, not all of us, but a lot of American people who depend on government, well, the government to pay their salary, yeah, they're going to see it. They're going to see that hit. But all right, guys, let's get into, well, it's really starting at the top. Judges are pretty much toning down inflammatory rhetoric towards judges, which has been increased in the last 2 years. Well, honestly, in the last 4 years under Biden, where Biden's rhetoric towards the Supreme Court. I mean, there's people who's mad at Supreme Court for going along with Trump. And then there's people on the right who's mad at federal judges for trying to stop Trump. So we're going to get into that. Let's get right into it, guys.
With the rise in political violence in the United States, judges are on the front lines, increasingly facing death threats. The U.S. Marshal Service already tracked more than 540 threats against all federal judges this year, surpassing all 12 months of the previous year. Threats against state judges aren't even tracked. A father involved in a custody case, for example, sent this graphic simulated attack video depicting a murder with an.
And shout out Dave. He says the government is too bloated anyway. Get a different job. Like, Dave, that's come on, Dave. They don't know nothing else but the nice government lifestyle money. You know, they barely show up, they barely do a job, and they get like 70K plus. I mean, who want to give that up? Shout out Big Wave Dave.
Acts of a Florida judge. He's now behind bars for 15 years. He was convicted of making several threats. We're joined by U.S. District Judge Esther Salas, who was physically targeted in a deadly attack at her house that tragically killed her son Daniel and seriously wounded her husband. She's brave enough to join us today as a guest. Thank you so much, Judge Salas. Judge, what do we need to do as a society to tone down the dehumanizing rhetoric?
You know, I think that the Utah governor,
don't call people Hitler or fascist. Don't call guys the Gestapo. I mean, y'all can stop that.
Cox has said it best. We have to learn to disagree better. We have to have our political leaders from the top down begin to be responsible with the language they use to describe judges, their rulings, and the justice system. We need to start agreeing to disagree. And it really starts at the top on down, Mr. Tapper. We need to really cut down this inflammatory rhetoric when we're talking about judges, because it can lead to people believing that they need to take matters into their own hands. And you know, we can see the devastating impact that people are now doing all across this country in resorting to violence to address some anger they have. I think we all have to be impeccable with our word. That's what we need to start doing.
Yeah, we saw, and it's from all sides. It's right and left and center, and people that
just like I said earlier, it's coming from all sides. Threats against judges, like Supreme Court judges are getting threatened because people feel like they're just going along with Trump's fascist agenda. I know, the loons. And then there's the federal court judges who are getting threatened by people on the right who are pretty much saying, hey, yo, you're trying to stop these immigrants from getting up out of there. How dare you turn against the American people? All types of stuff. So it is happening on both sides, and we do need to low-key tone down the rhetoric. But here's the problem, though. I'm be quite honest. I never really seen too much rhetoric against these federal judges, to be quite honest. I have not heard it on too much on the right or the left. Not since last year. Not since last year when they was protesting outside of that one Supreme Court justice's house. Because what was it? Because they voted no on the whole student loan. What was it? What was it? They were trying to, I don't know why the word is escaping my head. Forgive student loans, student loan forgiveness plan. I don't know why it has student loan recovery plan, but student loan forgiveness.
Don't have any political ideology behind their insanity. It's so upsetting for me to have to describe this, but your fellow judges received pizza deliveries with your son's name on the order, and whoever ordered the pizza was undoubtedly trying to terrify your colleagues by telling them essentially, we know where you live, and invoking his name. Have they been able to track down those individuals?
You know, unfortunately, Mr. Tapper, I don't have a lot of information to share with you. I mean, we started seeing a rise in these threats to judges by the way of pizza deliveries that when you hear it, it sort of just sounds non-threatening, but these are pizzas that are going to judges' houses at odd hours of the night. And in 20 instances, they bared, the delivery bore my son's name, Daniel Anderl, on it. Those judges are being told, we know where you live. Some of these pizzas were going to their children's homes, and now 20 of them had Daniel's name on it. What does that say? Yeah. Those are acts of intimidation. Those are threats. And by the way, pizzas are being delivered to state court judges too, Mr. Tapper. The problem is we don't know how many threats state judges are getting because there's no central repository for this information. That's why Speak Up for Justice, a group that a nonpartisan group that I'm part of, we're trying to shed light, not heat, on the issues facing state and federal judges all throughout this country.
You just had a middle school named after you in Union City, in New Jersey. Tell us about how that helps you continue the legacy of your son, Daniel.
And, like I said, I hope nothing ever happened. I mean, let's be real. I hope all judges stay safe, no matter which way they politically lean. God forbid anything happens to them. But let's get into something that low-key could get a Supreme Court justice targeted. Because, U.S. Supreme Court considers hearing Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal because she felt like she wasn't supposed to be prosecuted because of, what was it? The deal that, I think it was the deal that Epstein was a part of. But let's get into it. Let's see if they go over her arguments.
Justices held a private meeting to decide which appeals to take up. The U.S. Supreme Court justices held a private meeting to decide which appeals to take up in their next term. Possibly on the docket, an appeal from convicted Jeffrey Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. She is seeking to overturn her criminal convictions. This comes after Democrats on the House Oversight Committee last Friday released some of the documents that had been turned over by Epstein's estate that reveal names of prominent figures such as billionaire Elon Musk, who appears in a record dated at December 6, 2014. Quote, reminder, Elon Musk to island December 6. Is this still happening? ? On Friday, Musk posted on X, quote, this is false. Just one day before that, Epstein was scheduled to meet with Microsoft's Bill Gates. Quote, TBD, tentative breakfast party with Bill Gates. Other references include a meeting with entrepreneur Peter Thiel, former White House advisor to President Trump, Steve Bannon. We should note that none of these documents link any of these men to any criminal or untoward activity that we can discern at all. Here now are Epstein survivor Lisa Phillips and James Marsh, who's an attorney representing other Epstein victims. Thanks for both of you for being here. Lisa, I'll start with you. We've talked before about survivors releasing an unofficial client list, or at least forming one amongst yourselves. What's your reaction to some of the names released in this latest patch of records? And again, we should know.
And shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says, I blame Tylenol for all these crazies. For all these craziness, for all this craziness. Sorry, my man Vlad. He said, I blame Tylenol for all this craziness. Too many pregnant women relied on Tylenol to get rid of prego pains. I mean, man, bro. I think some of us are survivors at this point. Like some of us out here who are not artistic, congratulations, bro. You're a survivor because, bro, who wasn't? Who was? I think like almost like, bro, I could comfortably say like maybe more than 80%, 90% of women were using Tylenol for their pregnancy pains. Like, let's just be honest here. So who didn't use Tylenol back then?
No evidence connecting them to any.
Well, unless you paid attention to what Tylenol tweeted, ever so secretly. They did tweet out like, yeah, don't take Tylenol with pregnancy. And then pieced out on Twitter.
Of Epstein's crimes. But what was your response?
The latest response is not a surprise to us survivors. We've been compiling our list for the last few years, just working together. And I mean, we're not surprised at all of the names that are being released.
Democrats on the committee also posted flight records with former President Clinton and Ghislaine Maxwell, along with 4 Secret Service agents, that they say these records were already public. Republicans on the Oversight Committee posted, quote, "It's sad how Democrats are conveniently withholding documents that contain the names of Democratic officials. Once again, they are putting politics over victims," unquote. Personally, I don't care what party anybody is in terms of anybody who might have engaged in criminality. I just want to know who did it.
Shout out to Tectonics. He says, he's like, if you could dodge a Tylenol, you can dodge a wrench. I mean, dog, if you could dodge Tylenol, you can almost dodge anything in life at that point. You didn't even know Tylenol was coming. Tylenol was coming after you before you was even like a proper fetus. So, hey, man, if you out here dodge Tylenol, congratulations, dog. You're a miracle. You're a miracle because you don't have autism. And if you do, well, I mean, look, man, your parents tried their best.
James, what was your response to all that?
I think the efforts to pass this bill is what it's going to take to get full transparency. All politics aside, once we get this law passed, the Epstein Transparency Act, get all the records released out in public without regard to politics or personalities, I think that's...
Now, I do want to go back to something that was really concerning. This right here, the Oversight Committee. This is old news. It's sad how Democrats are conveniently withholding documents that contain the name of Democrat officials. Once again, they are putting politics over victims. I know, right? The same thing that they accuse the Republicans are doing, the Democrats do themselves. It's pretty funny.
Names of Democratic officials, once again.
Like, you know, the Clintons. Well, really just mostly Bill Clinton.
They are putting politics over victims, unquote. Personally, I don't care what party anybody is in terms of anybody who might have engaged in criminality. I just want to know who did it. James,
yeah, I don't care if it's Republican, Democrats, Independents, don't matter. Do not matter. Like, they got to go. They got to be arrested. They got to be held accountable and preferably put under the jail.
What was your response to all that?
In a cold one.
I think the efforts to pass this bill is what it's going to take to get full transparency. All politics aside, one.
He's like, shout out Vlad. He's like, did they have Twitter in the 80s and 90s? Nah, actually, they did it in I think it was like 2014 when they came out with that. It was like years ago. But nah, they definitely did post it on Twitter ever so secretly. Because I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, people literally had to bring it up and be like, well, you can't sue Tylenol because we told you that it could happen in, 2014. So, there you go right there.
Once we get this law passed, the Epstein Transparency Act.
I mean, shout out to covering your ass.
Get all the records released out in public without regard to politics or personalities. I think that's will be a real key to getting full transparency and accountability in this case.
Also in the documents is a record that shows Prince Andrew on a flight with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell from New Jersey to West Palm Beach, Florida in May 2000. And Lisa, you've spoken out about Epstein introducing you to Prince Andrew, who of course has denied any wrongdoing. What's your reaction to this document?
Again, I'm not surprised either, and I'm so thankful that that's being released. I've been saying this for about 6 years now, of seeing him there, and another experience of a friend with him. So, Virginia Giuffre spoke out about him, and that was the reason why I initially spoke out. So I think it's a really good step in the right direction.
The U.S. Supreme Court is considering.
Yeah, 2017. Yeah, shout out Tectonics. He actually wrote it down first. Yeah, 2017 is when that was originally, posted. When they finally told people that, yeah, you might not want to take Tylenol with pregnancy because there might be some bad effects on your child.
Today, whether they're going to take up Ghislaine Maxwell's petition. CNN's Ellie Honig wrote in New York Magazine, quote, odds are against Maxwell on the whole, though she's got a substantially better chance at gaining traction in the Supreme Court than the average litigant, unquote. James, do you agree with that? What happens if the court denies her review?
Having been to the Supreme Court about 10 years ago, where your odds of having your petition heard are less than your odds of getting into Harvard or Yale or both, it would really surprise me if the court took up this case. There's nothing unique or unusual about this case other than the public attention. And given the docket for this coming fall, with all of the Trump appeals piling up, I don't think the court's looking for more controversial issues or more controversial, public scrutiny than they've already got. So this would really surprise me if they took this case.
Lisa, I know you know this already, but there will be the 218th signature to force the Tom Massey bill onto the floor, which would release all the Epstein records. It still has to go to the Senate, though. Do you think you and your fellow survivors can keep up the pressure on the U.S. Senate?
We've been working on it, and we've been in touch, and they've quite a bit of them have been very supportive. So we are keeping up hope, yes.
All right, Lisa Phillips and James Marsh, thanks to both you and Lisa in particular.
All right, and shout out to her once again for surviving Epstein, but also, you know what? I don't really think they're going to see her case either, but there is her argument is interesting. I'll tell you that, because she believes she's never been prosecuted due to a deal that Epstein was a part of that they promised not to go after co-conspirators or something like that. So here's the problem with Ghislaine Maxwell. She's not even arguing that she's not guilty. She's not even arguing that she never trafficked nobody. She's arguing that, you guys should have never prosecuted me for trafficking people because of some type of prosecutor deal, which is wild. But all right, guys, let's get right into it. Let's hop over on the right side of media with Jesse Waters.
Trump's flipping a coin, and he's telling Democrats, heads I win, tails you lose. The wager, the National Guard. If he sends in the Guard and Antifa puts up a fight, Trump says, see, I told you so. They're out of control. Or if the Guard goes in and they peacefully pacify the city, he says, see, crime's down. You're welcome. No negotiating. Left-wing terror is at record highs. They're shooting at Teslas, Trump, Charlie, and ICE. After sending in the Guard into L.A. and D.C., Trump's going for round 3, Portland. This weekend, he directed the Secretary of War to send 200 National Guardsmen to protect war-ravaged Portland, and he's authorizing them to use full force if necessary, because federal facilities in Portland have been under siege since the start of the summer. Every weekend, Antifa's been on the war path.
Man, they just doing their job. That's all. They just doing their job and what we voted for. But it is what it is.
Antifa's tried everything. Arson, battering rams. They barricaded the buildings, thrown smoke grenades, blinding officers with lasers, assault and battery. They've even slashed the building's fiber optics. You won't hear any of this in the mainstream media.
Hey, bro, they can't even get internet. That is crazy. And then you wonder why they come out there and do y'all like that. Like, I swear, look, guys.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
So liberals think the Guard's coming in out of the blue. But enough is enough. The governor, Tina Kotek, hasn't done a thing about it. This has been going on for months. Tina, who has armed security around the clock, says she can take her wife out on a date and it's no problemo.
Portland is not war ravaged. There's no insurrection. There's no threat to national security, and there's no need for military troops. I thought I would take to the streets myself.
It's like she's a female Anderson Cooper.
Right here in downtown Portland. I'm standing just blocks away from the waterfront, overlooking the beautiful Willamette River. Portland City Hall, the federal courthouse, and dozens of shops and restaurants here in the central city.
I can show you one beautiful beach in Haiti and say, see, Haiti's totally safe. In the last 4 years, homicides have doubled. Aggravated assaults up. Arson up. Tina does not have Portland under control. Look at this scene.
Whoa.
Does this look like a safe place to grab a bite to eat? Or
be honest
did you just lose your appetite? Another Democrat says, maybe not dinner. Why don't you take your girlfriend for a stroll in our parks? If that's the best looking park Portland has, forget the Guard. Trump needs to send in the landscapers. Not a great place for a picnic. You might get pricked by a syringe.
Like, bro, everybody's targeting me on the subject. Wait, stop being a loser over being great. You literally have to harvest God in order to censor me.
This is kind of like how CNN covered the crime wave, remember?
We went out and had a great dinner in New York City tonight.
people actually walked up to us and said, thank you for.
Yeah, and that's the problem with them. It's like they talk from the ivory tower, they talk from their gated communities, and they tell you what you mean. It's all good, you know, with me within my gated community, and then we're in the nicest part of the city. So, you know, I don't see none of the problems that my average constituency, that the average American sees. I don't see those problems. So I'm gonna talk from up here like I'm down here, and y'all just supposed to believe me in what I'm saying. I'm like, wow.
Or I watch you every night. I can't believe they thought they did to do a double.
I mean, have you ever seen your Democratic mayor just taking a stroll through the hood? I mean, just riding around in the hood. I mean, they could pull up with the armored truck or whatever, or bulletproof car. I mean, but you know, just take a ride around the hood. Wanna know why? Because they don't like seeing their failures.
Take at us actually hanging out and not seeing us on the TV screen. But New York City was not, you know, a hellscape, was it?
I mean, that one guy who ran by with the machete. Who tried to guess? No, of course it isn't.
No dinners, no picnic in the park. You might have to eat in, but the Taco Bell delivery guy is going to be late because he made a pit stop to flip off ice.
Yep. Wow. Hey, bro, chill out with
just
that.
got shot at in Dallas, and now Taco Bellers are going bang, bang, bang in Portland.
Yo.
You'd think the city would be protecting federal law enforcement. They're not. The council forged an alliance with Antifa to conduct espionage.
It would be really helpful if people who are on the ground, who are able to see some of that technology that ICE is using, if you could photograph it and send it to our offices, that's all information that we can use to try to figure out where we need to target.
The Portland City Council sharing intelligence with Antifa, which was just designated a domestic terror.
I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like Antifa's going to war with ICE. Y'all trying to gain intelligence, y'all trying to find out where they're at. I mean, there's been an attack on them, but let's be real. We don't know if that Dallas shooter was Antifa or not, but I'm gonna be honest with you. There is a bit of a problem going on with the rhetoric against ICE, and they're just doing their job, and their American law enforcement is doing their jobs. And you know, the funny thing is, the same people that are crying about ICE were the same people crying about the Capitol Police on January 6th. So, I mean, what happened to your, respect and love for law enforcement now? Like, what happened to it, my friend?
Organization. This is how agents get doxxed and shot. The assassin in Dallas was using ICE tracking apps before the hit. Portland's working against the will of the people. They saw Trump go out to dinner in D.C. and Stephen Miller frolic through the park with Katie, and they want the same thing. They want help.
I am so happy that Trump is sending the National Guard in here. We've been asking for help for months, and we're finally going to get it.
There's plenty of guard to go around. Trump sent 100 National Guardsmen into Chicago. Some of them are patrolling the river.
Shout out Dem and shout out Jet. He says at least Dem's rotting and not home overdosing on Tylenol. I mean, well, damn. But shout out to the supporters, man. And shout out Jet. Appreciate the support, guys.
Where Ribs has been doing his morning workouts.
And Dems, stop taking Tylenol. Like the liberal women, the leftist women, bro, stop doing this to yourself. Like at this point, we will label Trump derangement system a mental illness if it literally causes you to go against your own interest.
Now suddenly, JB Back doesn't feel safe.
Our small businesses suffer when our residents and visitors who are shopping and eating are made to feel unsafe by the jackbooted thugs roaming around a peaceful downtown.
Chicago's Magnificent Mile has a vacancy rate of 30% because of the smash and grab epidemic. A few guardsmen, they're going to make the shoppers feel safer so they can spend more moolah.
Yep.
The ICE facilities in Chicago.
Here's the thing. When they allow these crimes, it actually ruins these communities. And that's the problem. Like I really hated how they were allowing people to steal in black communities. And then when Kroger's wanted to close and take jobs away, they were trying to call him racist. I'm like, no, this is what happens when you allow crime to proliferate. Jobs leave. People don't want to stay there because they can't protect their assets. So like, what do you expect? So now because you allowed crime, you've taken jobs away from your people. That means you've taken prosperity away from them, which means you're an absolutely terrible leader. And I'm talking about to the Democratic mayors because you guys are terrible leaders.
Aren't so magnificent.
Most of y'all, not all of y'all.
Either. Not only are they dealing with violence, they're also facing black magic.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News Patriot today. Click join to find out how.
But all right, guys, let's get over here into the next video right here with our guy what's his name? I think it was an envoy. Trump's special envoy shares details of Gaza peace plan. Let's see what he got to say about it, because let's be real, I think the neoconservatives are pretty peed off about this, or at least the Zionists may be a bit peed off about it, because they didn't want Palestinians to have no types of state, not even an opportunity to have a state. So we'll see. We'll see what's being said.
I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. If accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace.
If this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war.
Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, a historic day here at the White House. Joining us now, the Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. Thanks for the time.
My pleasure, Brett.
How do you characterize this day?
Epic. Epic, really groundbreaking. And the president wants to see an overall peace. It's not just about Gaza. It's about how this might percolate into all other areas in the Middle East and what it's going to achieve, maybe even percolate into Russia, Ukraine.
It's just the early hours here, but we've gotten word that Hamas has been briefed. Official telling us that Qatar's prime minister, Egypt's intelligence chief just met with Hamas negotiators, shared the 20-point plan. Hamas negotiators said they would review it in good faith and provide a response. Do you have any sense yet from that side?
No, but I think I don't have a sense yet, but I'll speak to the Prime Minister Mohammed, tonight. We've talked often throughout the day today, and I'm sure it's General Hassan from Egypt who you're referring to, and I'll speak to him as well. But I think that sounds like a very positive initial reaction for a group that hasn't really had time to study our plan.
I mean, speaking about Qatar, there was this moment in the Oval Office, and the Israelis tweeted it out, the phone call with the Israeli Prime Minister and the Qatari Prime Minister, in which they made this call. And he says, Mr. Prime Minister, I want you to know that Israel regrets that one of your citizens was killed in our strike. I want to assure you that Israel was targeting Hamas, not Qataris. I also want to assure you that Israel has no plan to violate your sovereignty again in the future. I mean, that's a big moment.
I mean, I thought that was, I was there for the call, Brett, and I thought, wow, this is so historic. There's an Israeli prime minister communicating directly with the Qatari prime minister, and they're there to make amends. They're there to explain what happened, to apologize, and to hopefully move on from there. And it was
and I'm actually happy we didn't push them into Iran's hands, like that could have been a possibility. Seeing that, I mean, we kind of let our weapon system, our air defense system fail so Israel can strike them. And let's be honest, Britain helped them as well. So yeah, I'm be honest with you, I'm actually surprised the Qataris didn't kind of turn on us, and thank God they didn't, because diplomacy would be almost impossible at that point. Like, let's just keep it real. Diplomacy would have been damn near impossible. But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next video on this note, and let's get over to the left side of media.
But first, here's my take. The Trump administration's announcement last week about the new rules for H-1B visas, including that most would now require a $100,000 fee.
Of course, you would be the one complaining about it, dog. I ain't gonna lie. That might not be the best look for you, Farhad. That might not be the best look for you.
Made headlines, but few pointed out that, as usual, it played fast and loose with the rules that govern the process, which require a prior period of public notice and comment, invoking national security to levy the fee. The Trump administration has been following this pattern from the start. One of its early actions was to fire more than a dozen inspectors general, disregarding the law that required specific reasons for each one's firing and public notice.
Or you guys just didn't get that, and you're just assuming.
The administration seems to be ignoring and flouting laws and rules purposefully, so as to erode the checks on its authority. It could have pushed Congress to pass legislation raising tariffs to whatever level Trump wanted. The Republican majorities there have denied him practically nothing. Similarly, it could have asked Congress to shut down USAID, since foreign aid has rarely been very popular. Instead, President Trump took unilateral executive action. The administration is deliberately refusing.
I mean, Farhad, you know that the Supreme Court has aligned with Trump on most of this stuff. I mean, even the withholding of funding. So you guys are crying about something that, well, the Supreme Court has already agreed to. And then you're trying to say he's going against the government or having or abuse of power, but everything's within the guidelines of our not three party system, but our three government part system, which is the judiciary, which is the Supreme Court, which handles disputes between the president and Congress, which is our legislative branch. So I'm not even sure what's the problem here. Like, things are kind of going how they're supposed to, how the forefathers are kind of written it out, and you guys are upset because it's not going your way, and now it's an overreach. It goes to the Supreme Court, and then you guys get mad when it don't go y'all way, and now y'all saying, oh, it's an abuse of power. Remember, Trump done filled up to the Supreme Court. Excuses.
To play by the rules in ways that look to most observers like usurpations of authority and accumulation of power. Some are deeply troubled by this, others brush it off. But the question I want to ask is why? Why has America's vaunted system of checks and balances proved so weak? Among the Western democracies, America today stands out. Amid the widespread rise of populism, discontent with various establishments, and angry political rhetoric, the U.S.
Shout out to Jet and Cache My Memory for the gifts. Appreciate the support, my guys.
U.S. appears to have moved further than any other down the path of illiberal democracy, where constitutionalism and the rule of law are being steadily undermined. Hungary is the obvious other example, but Hungary is a very young and fragile democracy, scarred by decades of communism. The United States is the oldest constitutional republic in the world. And yet Sweden's V-Dem Institute has described the erosion of American democracy as unprecedented in scale. Any one of the administrations.
Bro, this is what I'm saying. It's like pathetic. It's so pathetic, the takes that they come with. And your take is pathetic, Farard, because you're mad that things are not going your way. The Supreme Court's aligning with Trump. Congress then gave Trump the power to do this. I mean, even if before he was there and before you guys was there, Congress still gave the president power to do what he's doing right now. I mean, especially with the tariffs and the trade. It's like you guys are crying about stuff that, well, long ago, Congress already decided on. You guys are getting mad about stuff that you guys took to the Supreme Court and lost on, and now it's an erosion of our democracy? Like, are you serious? Like I said, y'all just sore losers, and then when you can't win, you want to flip the whole board.
Actions might have in a previous era provoked public outcry. But today we routinely see regulatory threats and lawsuits against media companies, threats to deny law firms government business or access to federal buildings, the use of the Justice Department to target political opponents, and the use of military forces within the United States. Some laud these moves as necessary acts of executive authority, but almost no one would disagree that the breadth and number of these actions are unprecedented, certainly in the half century since Watergate. Ironically, part of the problem stems from the age of the Constitution, which in many ways is an enduring success. America's political framework actually dates back not even to 1776 or 1789, but further to the...
What are you going to try to say? America's Constitution is old and its age is showing. So what, is that you trying to say that? I'm going to try to predict what he's about to say. You trying to say, well, because we're losing, it's because of the American Constitution, how old it is. Because if it wasn't so old and we can amend some things, us Dems would be in power, we'd be winning. I mean, like I said, y'all sound like sore losers.
Structures of government put in place by early English colonial settlers. This system was modern for its age, but that was 300 years ago. Today, to give one critical example, many Western democracies have departments of justice and electoral commissions that are independent of the elected government. In America, neither prosecutors nor elections are really insulated from politics or elected politicians.
I'm sorry, dog, but you don't know that for sure. Just because they're not told to say, oh, yeah, who do you identify with? And they can sit there and lie and say, oh, no, I'm independent. I don't lie with either side. But when they get in there, they're more liberal or more conservative. So just because people don't have to write down their political affiliation doesn't mean that they're independent of any political affiliation or any political influence. Like, you don't know that. and you're pretty much trying to say, our Department of Justice can be politicized. Yeah, under Biden, he wasn't saying shit about that though. Now it's Trump. You want to say this? You sound like a sore loser. I'm sorry.
Since Watergate, certain norms have developed around the executive not interfering, but they are just norms.
And shout out to my man H3 ISIS. Farad has no opinion. He just reads whatever they put in front of him like a puppet. He's a propagandist, nothing more. And dog, I definitely agree with you on that one. So I'm just like, bro, I don't even, they did you dirty. If he got written this, if this was the script, they did him dirty because it just made this guy sound like the biggest sore loser in history.
The Trump administration has shown by breaking them without consequence.
Man, I'd have read that script and I'd have been like, bro, y'all not about to make me sound like a sucker on live television. I know that. Like, there's no way. No way this man read this and truly believed that. Like, dog, you sound like a bunch of babies. Babies. Like, man. Shout out to my man Vladstein. He said, left only knows how to bitch, never solve anything. I know, right? All the complaints in the world, all the criticism in the world, no solutions. Not a single one.
Similarly, other democracies have more nonpartisan ways to pick judges and fixed terms for them, unlike America's partisan mechanisms to appoint judges who then sit for life. Ironically, the world learned many of these checks and balances, such as the Supreme Court that has the ultimate power of review over laws, from America. But then they fine-tuned them as they were enacted. Stephen Levitsky, one of the foremost scholars of democratic collapse, the co-author of How Democracies Die, says that perhaps the most important reason for the institutional decay.
I mean, democracy's dying because things aren't going my way. Like, oh my God, it's just not fair.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Give me a fucking break. But excuse my language, but shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. People still watch CNN? Yep, yes they do, Dave. Yes they do. Actually, man, you know what? Just to be a dick about it, let's see here. How much people actually watch this take? Oh yeah, about 367,000 people. Yes, still watch this. Yep. Hey, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says Farad equals Timu William Defoe. Oh wow. No, what? Oh wait. Timu, I heard that before. Well, man, let me look this guy up. I know I heard that name before.
Is that America has been so successful over the years that it has never seen the need to change. It's a truism in business and life that one rarely learns from success, only from failure.
Nah, you messed up, Castro. Really, bro? Hey, complete white man, but I'm not gonna lie, bro. The nose matches up so crisp and like, bro, it's like a perfect match on the nose.
Won the Cold War, pioneered the information revolution, and continues to stand atop the world by many material measures. So we don't see the need to examine our own system, consider its flaws, and improve it. American exceptionalism has blinded us to weaknesses in our constitutional and political system, Levitsky says.
So instead of listening to the American people, I mean, you rather listen to foreigners on what they say about our government? Son of a... This guy, bro, this guy here, though. I should have known that's what you was going to end off on. Should have known. You started off on H-1B visas. I should have known you were going to start it off on. Let's listen to the people who don't even live in America about the democracy or the constitutional republic of America. Okay, bro.
Besides this lack of introspection, Levitsky describes as crucial the failure of leadership. We have no memory of democratic collapse or authoritarian rule, he notes. In places like Poland and Brazil, generations know what it is like to have lost the rule of law and constitutional safeguards.
Yeah, but in America, I mean, let's be real. Like, our grandparents don't even know what it's like to live like, my grandparents know what it's like to live like that because they're from a different country. But let's be real. The Lord knows my mom don't know like that to be put under a authoritarian rule. You don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. And if you're around my age, you don't know nothing about that. So let's be real. As long as America's been standing, we've been on a pretty good path away from an authoritarian rule. The problem is that these Dems are not getting their way, sort of framing it as authoritarian rule because things aren't just going their way. And it's kind of effed up because y'all should honestly be talking to y'all constituents and the American people instead of trying to convince us that there's something wrong with our Constitution. I mean, are you serious? But it is what it is.
But Republican leaders, business leaders, Supreme Court justices.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He's like, really? He's bringing up Brazil? I know, right? It's just, bro, like, come on, bro. How an American can you be?
Don't seem to think we could actually watch democracy decay and even die. This is America, they seem to think. We're different. That failure of imagination is creating a complacency that might prove deadly. Go to CNN.com/Fareed for a link to my
I don't know. I'm not trying to really hear from Steve Zelensky, or who's probably never grew up in America. Let me hear from a Steve with the last name that ends in Dale or something. I mean, yes, give me the most American last name you can throw at me. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get to let's get to the Supreme Court meets today to discuss, well, what was it? Birthright citizenship? Let me see if I can. Whoops, wrong one. All right, since I got up the wrong one, we're going to go ahead and give you guys a filler real quick of this old guy right here.
Really positive and uplifting call.
You've dealt with all of these figures in that region. You know how tenuous this can be.
Here we are.
One step forward, two steps back.
Yes.
You feel this one is different?
I do, because we have so much widespread support from all of the Gulf Coast Arab countries. We have widespread support.
All right, there it is. There it is. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I had to make sure I find the right video. Yep, Supreme Court meets today to discuss, what was it, birthright citizenship, but it still says, oh, wow. Okay. Sorry, guys. Make sure I get this right. There we go.
Happening today, the U.S. Supreme Court is set to vote on whether to take up Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal to overturn her federal sex trafficking conviction. She claims an agreement Jeffrey Epstein made with federal authorities that shielded him from prosecution should have covered her as well. Maxwell is serving 20 years in federal prison. Joining us now to discuss this and more, CNN's chief U.S. Supreme Court analyst, Joan Piskupic, and CNN legal analyst, Carrie Cordero. Joan, you first. This Maxwell appeals case is one of hundreds the justices will be making decisions on very soon. What does that say to you in her appeal, and what will we know if the justices take it?
Sure. In fact, they're meeting right now, Wolf, looking at hundreds and hundreds of petitions were filed over the summer. And when I say that they're reviewing them, I'm using the word reviewing actually quite loosely, because they get so many that they only actually discuss around their conference table.
All right, we already watched this one. I'm not sure what happened, but I think CNN is having a malfunction because it's supposed to be talking about birthright citizenship, and they're over here talking about Ghislaine, and it's the same video with a different title. So they effing up over there at CNN, man. Y'all got to get y'all ish together, man. Y'all CNN. Y'all get too much money to be effing up like this. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this one right here. Mandani on Trump warning he's going to have problems with D.C. I mean, all right, let's hear him out.
Democratic nominee for New York Mayor, Zoran Mamdani. And I so much appreciate your time, Assemblyman. And President Trump has just spoken out on Eric Adams getting out of the New York mayor race. And he told Reuters, called him on the phone and said, I think that gives Andrew Cuomo a much better chance. I do welcome it. How wide is your lead, as you see it, over Cuomo now that Adams is out?
I think the race is fundamentally the same as it was, in that New Yorkers are not as concerned as to who is on the ballot, but rather what's on the ballot. And they're tired of this record that they've seen over the last 4 years where Eric Adams has raised their rent, where he has slowed down their already extremely slow buses, where he has overlooked the very neighborhoods he promised to protect. And they know that Eric Adams' record is Andrew Cuomo's agenda, and they want to turn the page on that. And that's what our campaign actually presents.
So Eric Adams, we know, met privately with Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, earlier this month, is our understanding. And that one of the topics was possible opportunities in the Trump administration, one of which possibly could be ambassador to Saudi Arabia. Why do you think Adams dropped out now? We are essentially 1 month from Election Day.
I have to be honest with you. I think it's a fool's errand to try and understand what Eric Adams does and why he does it. What I think is clear, though, is whether we're speaking.
Well, people are saying that Eric Adams should drop out to give Cuomo more of an advantage, but all three sides are standing strong. Well, of course, Mamdani's standing strong as the favored, but Cuomo and Adams are both standing strong. to try to see if they can beat him. And to be honest, I mean, the fact that they're losing to this guy, I mean, ooh, yeah, Cuomo, you kind of ruined your history with the people of New York. And Eric Adams, yeah, you did too. You did too. So y'all both effed up in their eyes. And I mean, New Yorkers were never going to consider an Republican. So that Swaley dude never even considered.
Speaking about Adams, or we're speaking about Cuomo, we're speaking about supposed leaders who are willing to put their own personal ambition before the needs of the people they're supposed to serve.
So wait, Adams dropped out? All right then. So now, hey, it gets all up to Cuomo down. It's all up to Cuomo.
New Yorker.
I mean, it made sense for Adam to drop out because, I mean, let's be honest. If we was to rank them, it was like Adams at the bottom, then Cuomo, then Mondani taken first. So now it's just the first seat, the second seat.
Are right now under attack from an authoritarian administration in Washington. Donald Trump has ushered through legislation that will throw them off their health care, take SNAP benefits away from them, all in service of the largest wealth transfer this country has seen. And instead of fighting back against that vision, instead of fighting for New Yorkers, these politicians are looking to get on the phone with Donald Trump to see what it is that they could broker together.
Do you think that there is some sort of a deal between Trump and Adams?
I can't speak to that. All I can tell you, though, is that Donald Trump is clearing the way for Andrew Cuomo because Donald Trump knows that Andrew Cuomo will clear the way for Trump's agenda. And New Yorkers are tired of that agenda. They want someone who's actually beholden to the people of this city, not to the White House.
So Trump's trying to say there's money behind this. He's threatened you on social media. He said,
I would have to ask him, what's Trump's agenda? Because it just seemed like all Adams was trying to do was to reverse bad policies, like the rent freezing and all that good stuff. So I don't know. What do you mean by Trump's policies? A more capitalistic approach?
and I'm going to just read it because he just posted it today. He's going to have problems, talking about you, with Washington like no mayor in the history of our once great city. Remember, he needs the money from me as president in order to fulfill all of his fake communist promises. He won't be getting any of it. So what's the point of voting for him? So the number this year from the federal government was $7.4 billion to New York City. Are you okay if New York City loses that?
No, we will fight for every single dollar that the city currently receives from the federal government. And I look for examples across this country that showcase the best way to respond to Donald Trump's strengths is not collaboration, is his threats rather. It's responding with strength. And what we see in California is an attorney general of the state has estimated that for every dollar they spent on lawsuits against the federal government's threats to withhold funding, they won more than $30,000 in what would otherwise have been lost. And so we will take that same approach.
You visited a synagogue last week over the Jewish New Year, over Rosh Hashanah, to bridge a divide with the Jewish community that you have had. And in that synagogue, as the New York Times notes, they were among the very first to call for a ceasefire right after the October 7th attacks. The rabbi in the service actually called Israel's war in Gaza genocide, which is something, of course, you have done as well. Many voters, though, who care deeply about this issue.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people are. Yeah, there are rabbis who are against what's going on, who do see what's going on in Israel and Gaza, the genocide. I mean, even rabbis and, scholars who study genocides.
Who are Jewish vehemently disagree. They see all this as deeply anti-Semitic. They see you that way. And Congressman Jerry Nadler, who supports you and his Jewish.
Which is, I'm be honest with you, a communist. I mean, maybe a socialist for sure. Does he have terrible policies? Absolutely. But anti-Semitic, I mean, just because he said that he wouldn't want to go to Israel as his first thing as being voted in, I mean, that's absolutely reasonable, to be quite honest with you. I don't get what was so anti-Semitic about that. But shout out to my man Vlastino, wondering what the left would think if Trump reintroduced the Department of Truth and Misinformation. I'm done. And yeah, you think they would, you would think they would be fascist. Yeah, you think they would think it would be fascist. Let's see here. I don't think so. I hope not. But let's be real, though. If Trump was to reintroduce the Department of Truth and Misinformation, I mean, let's be honest, dog. They would lose their ish and they would think it would be a political get back. It'd be political revenge. We're only going to go after Democrats. And it would go from political truth to misinformation.
Says bluntly, obviously, he ought to be reassure the Jewish community. The community is very divided, basically on 8 lines. Do you feel the need at this point to reassure the Jewish community in any more or different way than you have?
I feel the need to earn the support of each and every New Yorker. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns about our campaign or our.
And I didn't even know Trump was thinking about a Department of Truth and Misinformation. I thought that was like Kash Patel's thing with, like, having a department of just unclassified documents.
Agenda, and to reassure them as to the focus of this campaign is to deliver for every New Yorker. And what I find, especially now in the high holy days, this is a time when Jewish New Yorkers, especially with Yom Kippur, will reflect, will atone, will do the hard work of looking inward. And I think that our politics, our city, could do very well, frankly, to emulate those lessons and actually to be able to reflect upon what has worked and not worked in this city. And I was really privileged to be at that Rosh Hashanah service. I had an older Jewish woman come up to me and give me a sticker that said, "Reject the smear campaign, join the Schmear campaign." It was a sticker of a bagel and why she was supporting our campaign. And I'm looking forward to attending a number of services for Yom Kippur with Congressman Nadler as we continue to bring this message to each and every Jewish New Yorker across the 5 boroughs.
So Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is visiting the White House as we are talking today. He addressed the UN General Assembly here just a few days ago in New York. Now, the International Criminal Court has a warrant out for his address. They say that they accuse him of crimes against humanity. You have called, as I mentioned, Netanyahu's actions in Gaza genocide. It's going to become not just a rhetorical, but a question rooted in reality if you are mayor. As mayor of New York, you will oversee the next UN General Assembly, right? If you're mayor, will you abide by the International Criminal Court? Will you have Prime Minister Netanyahu arrested if he's here?
Look, I've said time and time again that this is a city that believes in international.
I mean, you might want to fall back on that, Mandani. I mean, just for political sake, and I do get it. There's a lot of people who do want Bibi to be arrested, but leave that to Israel. He's facing his own corruption charges in Israel. If we go ahead and get involved, I'm be honest with you, all the Zionists are going to lose their shit. And you know what's wrong? You might get assassinated. I ain't gonna lie. You might want to stay away from that guy, Bibi. Like, don't even try him. Let Israel handle
Allah. This is a city whose values are ones that deserve to actually be reflected in our commitments. And I think that our city should uphold the warrants the International Criminal Court issues, whether it be for Benjamin Netanyahu or Vladimir Putin. And also, I am not Donald Trump. I will follow the laws as they are, as opposed to bend them to my own will. So we will pursue every legal avenue to ensure that that accountability is present. And the reason for that is that the context we are speaking about, this is a man who has orchestrated a genocide that has killed one Palestinian child every hour for close to 2 years. This is someone whose conduct I hear about from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And they come to me with a horror at what they have witnessed. And for some New Yorkers, a horror as to what they have lost. There was a Palestinian New Yorker who spoke to me about losing 85 members of her family who were all killed by the Israeli military in Gaza. It's unconscionable. And a mayor's responsibility is to the people of this city, but it's also an opportunity to show your values as the leader of this city.
So the New York Times reported that Trump spoke with Cuomo on the phone, actually last month, and about the mayoral race. Now, Cuomo's denied this conversation took place, but this is the New York Times reporting. And as I pointed out a few moments ago, Trump has been very clear on who he backs, but it actually goes farther than that, right? He has attacked you personally and publicly like this.
He's not a socialist. He's a communist, okay? This is not a socialist, man. This is a communist. I don't like to see a communist become...
Well, socialism does lead to communism in a way. I mean, taking all the money from the rich, giving it to the government, therefore giving the government most of the power. I mean, kind of leads right into it.
I will tell you that. I call him my little communist. He's my little communist mayor. We should never be in a position where we're talking about a communist. We're going to end up with a communist mayor. It's not even believable, my beautiful New York. I think if a communist takes over New York City, I think that's a gift to the Republican Party.
Last time you were on this program, you were unequivocal in saying you do not like capitalism. But Trump, just in those remarks there, I counted, called you a communist 8 times. Are you?
No, I'm a democratic socialist. I've said that time and again. And I think it reflects the fact that whereas that identity would have been enough for Donald Trump in the past, now he doesn't even want to use that because he knows that the message of my politics is one that is connecting with New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. It's a message of dignity in each and every person's life. And what we're seeing in these clips and what we're seeing in what Donald Trump says is he's going through the many stages of grief. First, it's denial that this could ever take place. Now it's acceptance. And still through it all, he is looking to use every tool at his disposal to help Andrew Cuomo become the next mayor of the city.
So the word democratic socialist, and I put it in the context of the conversation you and I had when you said you had real issues with capitalism. That context is important. Our Isaac DeVere is reporting about your recent call with President Obama. And he reports, Obama reminded the Democratic nominee for New York mayor how many would be watching to see if a democratic socialist could pull off running the nation's largest city, and how many critics would be waiting to pounce if it went wrong.
I mean, yeah, you mean how you guys are with Trump? I mean, congratulations. Now y'all got your own personal Trump, somebody that everybody's praying on to fail. But here's the thing about Trump. Trump's running the country, and you're hoping that the country fails. I mean, this man's running NYC, and there's people who's hoping NYC fails because of it. And both are wrong. Both are wrong for thinking that. The right is wrong for hoping that NYC fails, and the left is wrong for hoping that America fails. But here's the problem. You guys are hoping that America fails, which would in turn cause NYC to fail. So you guys are a little bit crazier. Just a little bit, guys. Not too much, but y'all are pretty out there.
What do you think about that? And do you expect that he will endorse you and will stand with you before Election Day?
I can't make any predictions as to endorsements. I can say, however, that I've been proud to receive the endorsements I've received thus far from Governor Hochul, from Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie, Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins of the state Senate, who will be key in enacting our agenda and working together in Albany. And what I've found is that this vision of democratic socialism, it's one that often comes back to what Martin Luther King said decades ago. A vision of, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. Here in New York City, wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, 1 in 4 are in poverty. 500,000 kids go to sleep hungry every night. It's untenable to live with this kind of a divide. We have to actually have a politics that puts working people first. And I think to this question of being under the microscope, to be the mayor of New York City is a responsibility that you must fulfill. It's also an opportunity to actually.
Yeah, but here's one of the things I love about New York City is that they do have a lot of small businesses there, but y'all do need big corporations in order to honestly have real employment. Bro, everything just can't be small business. Y'all make it almost impossible for big corporations to operate there. I mean, besides McDonald's and other fast food places, and that's not the best jobs to have, to be quite honest with you. So it's either you're a complete professional or you're just pretty much doing retail and fast food. I mean, there's really not too much of the in between. And trust me, I know I have family that live out there, and they'll tell you it's it's either there's really no in between like there is out here in Ohio or these places that got factories where you can kind of work in there and be in that middle class. It's either you're an outright professional, degreed and all that good stuff, or you're just working in, the service. I mean, and here's the problem. Those usually happen to places that have high crime where these corporations can't really trust to be around. Small businesses, they got to take a leap of faith and hopefully they got insurance. But big corporations, they can go wherever they want for the best deal possible or for, the best safety they can get.
Serve New Yorkers who are being pushed out of the city and to show an example of what life could be like.
Do you feel when you have a conversation with Barack Obama or other leaders of the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, others, and Hochul's endorsed you, I understand now there's endorsed you, but on that line also business leaders in the city who consider themselves to be big Democratic donors. Do you feel that they are taking you at this point seriously, like you could win, and that they are listening to you? Or do you feel that they are not taking you seriously and that they are dismissing you as a communist?
I would say that they're taking me seriously. And the most accurate measure of that is the time that is being spent. The choice to actually have those meetings, to have those conversations. It's reflective of a fact that this is a campaign that is ever expanding in its coalition. The reason I sit before you as the Democratic nominee, it's not because.
Yeah, all right, now let's go ahead and move on to the next video, because what I've started to notice is that, people, I don't even think that the left can defend Mandani no more. They don't even like watching Mandani.
Shutdown, showdown. We are 27 hours away from another government shutdown, and there is just one party that is political to blame, and that would be the Democrats, led by Senate Minority Leader in name only. That would be Democrat Chucky Schumer, and the House Minority Leader in name only, Hakeem Jeffries. Two guys from Brooklyn, New York, have been in the past big opponents of government shutdowns over the years. Here's a reminder of how much it has mattered to them in the first place and in the past. Take a look.
It is not normal to shut down the government when we don't get what we want.
If the government shuts down,
It is not normal to shut down the government. We don't get what we want. AOC. You gotta love when they cook themselves.
It's not normal to shut down the government when we don't get what we want.
if the government shuts down, it will be average Americans who suffer most. A government shutdown means seniors who rely on Social Security could be thrown into chaos.
Families will be hurt. Farmers will be hurt.
It's the service members who will work without a paycheck. It's the firefighters who will be furloughed.
This shutdown, you know who's going to feel the pain? You know who it hurts? You, everyday people, and the most vulnerable. Seniors, veterans, working families, hungry kids, y'all.
Democrats are signaling they're ready for a fight. This time, Schumer tells the Associated Press, quote, things have changed.
It is not normal to shut down the government when we don't get what we want.
Democrats have a favorite method of keeping the government open, something known as a clean CR, continuing resolution. It just keeps the government funding at current levels. No strings attached. Keep funding the government. Nobody gets laid off. Essential and non-essential services continue. Schumer loves clean CRs so much, he once demanded one from President Trump back during Donald Trump's first term. He even just ushered one through the Senate earlier in the year to avoid a government shutdown. Guess what? Schumer's radical leftist base, they turned on him like no tomorrow. They did not like the fact that he did the very thing that he has championed for his entire career, keeping the government open at all costs. But now...
Thank you, man. You know what? Shout out. Whatever Dems are holding him accountable, y'all some real ones. Because, like I said, I hope y'all wasn't about to let this man get away with this. Pretty much saying we shouldn't allow government shutdowns. Many Americans can be affected. But then here this guy goes, man, like maybe a year later talking about, you know what? Maybe a government shutdown is necessary so we can get our way. Let's go ahead and try that out. F the American people. We just want our way. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see how that works out for you. And hopefully y'all side hold y'all accountable.
The party that he leads, in name only, he has zero power. Chuck knows he would face a primary challenge from AOC at any moment. He must obey his radical base. And the same goes for Hakeem Jeffries, another leader in name only. So here we are. A government shutdown is looming. The House passes a clean CR, Schumer's favorite thing, Hakeem Jeffries' favorite thing. And guess what? They're suddenly opposed. Chucky's saying everything has changed. Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson called him out today, and Vice President Vance said, well, we appear to be headed for a real shutdown. Take a look.
The original thing they did with this negotiation, it was a $1.5 trillion spending package, basically saying to the American people, we want to give massive amounts of money, hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal aliens for their health care, while Americans are struggling to pay their health care bills. That was their initial foray into this negotiation.
$1.5 trillion.
We thought it was absurd. We told them it was absurd. And now they come in here saying that if you don't give us everything that we want, we're going to shut down the government.
During the Biden administration, there were 13 threatened shutdowns. The Republicans in the minority did the right thing. We kept the government open. We're simply asking for the Democrats to do the same.
All right, Chucky Schumer saying he's done with no strings. Suddenly, he's very into strings, a lot of them, and it's very expensive. But since he knows that he must bow at the altar of the radicals that really run his party in order to keep his job, now he wants $1.5 trillion tied to a mere 4-week CR. Now, Schumer and his Democratic friends, they want free health care for illegals as part of that deal, which is interesting because Democrats used to be totally against free health care and benefits for illegals. Let's take another trip down memory lane. I promise you're not going to see this in the legacy media.
Let's see here. Restore NPR and PBS funding so they could spread their lies on government funding, or, well, I would say it's not lies, but spread their biased media on taxpayer money. Let's see, revoke rural hospital funding because they kind of want to draw back the $50 billion because they want to increase spending by 1.5. So, hey, climate plus DEI funding for foreign nations, which is crazy because once again, here they go caring about other people besides their Americans, their fellow Americans, and continue Biden's Obamacare subsidies, which don't run out until, well, December. So that's not really even a point.
Mob, fake news, CNN, or MSDNC. Take a look.
This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
And then finally, as to illegal aliens, we agree with you that we do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country.
Man, I mean, shout out to 90s Dems, bro. 90s Dems. See, back when these guys made sense, man. When Schumer made sense, it was in the 90s. It's like all the Dems just completely lost their ish. Like what, 2010, 2000s, maybe even 2014. But y'all started losing y'all ish like around then. But back in the 90s, y'all were sensible people.
One answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
And then finally, as to illegal aliens, we agree with you that we do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have.
Oh, Schumer and Hillary Rodham Clinton. No health care for illegals. Now, the Schumer and the Democrats want PBS, NPR. They want.
And the only way to honestly prevent that, well, I mean, maybe we take out the funding for it, but to be honest, is also to stop it. Because if a person, illegal or not, shows up at a hospital effed up, we're gonna take care of them, and we're gonna charge it to Medicaid. I mean, that's just what we do. Like, we're not terrible people. We're not just gonna leave some guy out there effed up, legs mangled up or something. No, we're gonna take him to the hospital. We're gonna give him care. We're gonna charge it to the government because this guy's an illegal.
To get all of their funding back. They, for some reason, want to cancel out all of the money given to rural hospitals in the one big beautiful bill. And yeah, they want all of us to keep funding woke programs all over the world. Let's bring back that spending. And then the Democrats want something else as well. And this is important. They want an extension of Joe Biden's Obamacare subsidies.
Hold on, and shout out to my man Maine for sending in a rant on Rumble, basically a super chat on Rumble. Free universal health care in U.S. would cost $33 trillion a year. The U.S. GDP is only 70% of that. It's not even possible, according to my man Maine Harbor. And shout out Maine, and then shout out to my man Vladstein. He says, "Make asylums great again." I mean, man, ain't that the truth? And shout out to the supporters, because no, I'm with that, especially after that subway stabbing.
They were designed to be a temporary measure during COVID, a health emergency. What does that mean? Well, thanks to the brilliance of Obamacare, anyone in America doesn't have health insurance, legal or illegal, basically has two options: get on government-funded Medicaid or buy a plan on the Obamacare exchange. Unfortunately, most of those Obamacare exchange plans are basically useless. They cost a ton of money and they cover almost nothing. And remember, until Donald Trump came along, there was a major tax penalty for any American that didn't have Obamacare. People were being forced by the government to buy a lousy product. As part of Joe Biden's America Rescue Plan, well, that's the $2 trillion that he dropped into the economy at the start of his term to, quote, spike inflation. While the government heavily subsidized the cost of those Obamacare exchange plans and Medicaid, and instead of improving the products, as a result, Democrats decided the government would pay for it now, and those subsidies are expiring. And guess what? Republicans are not going to fund it. Democrats want, let's pay all of this health care in perpetuity, basically universal health care. And by the way, that would be trillions of dollars in exchange for keeping the government open for what, a mere 4 weeks? It's never going to happen. And I'm going to be probably the only consistent one. I don't care if the government shuts down. Our military will still be defending us. We'll still have Border Patrol working. We'll have law enforcement working.
Okay.
We will also have Social Security and Medicaid provided to the elderly in this country. Those in need will get their checks, et cetera. Doesn't scare me. Never has, never will. But Schumer, the Democrats, they better be careful here. Shutting down the government means the White House and the office of Management and Budget, OMB. They got a lot of control over what will stay open and what will be closed. Essential services, our military, again, they will continue. But for all those deep state bureaucrats in D.C., many of which probably need to move to the public sector, you might actually be looking at the greatest, well, economic Washington bureaucracy jujitsu in history, and that would be Doge 2.0. So good luck, Chuck. Good luck, Hakeem. Be careful what you wish for.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube?
Nah, to be quite honest, but yeah, like I said, to come back and actually ask for more spending, you guys were complaining about overspending, is absolutely wild. And once again, you guys want an increase in what was it? Medicaid spending, 1.5 trillion. You know, maybe if you had to maybe say, you know what, Trump, you can add, I don't know, like 300 billion back. But you guys wanted to blow it up. I wanted to go ahead and steamroll him over his decision to cut $30 billion over 10 years. That's like $93 billion a year. Y'all said, screw that. We want to up it by what, like $70 billion? Maybe more than that. So, yeah, you guys sound ridiculous right now. And you're willing to close the government over it. That's even worse. Even worse.
Hold a high-stakes meeting today with top congressional leaders at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Democrats Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries will be there, alongside Speaker Mike Johnson and Majority Leader John Thune, in a last-ditch effort to prevent a government shutdown. Government funding set to run out tomorrow night at midnight. Speaker Johnson told me what to expect from the meeting yesterday.
The purpose of the meeting is so that the president can assemble the four leaders. He's going to tell Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries to stop playing political games. What's really important to point out here, Maria, I'm glad you mentioned the national debt. You know, the statutes in federal law require Congress to do 12 separate appropriations bills every year. That's the only way to ensure stewardship of taxpayer funds, to spend less money and make government more responsible. They have already voted for these exact levels of spending. We're just keeping the doors open, but they want to shut it. And you know what they're going to jeopardize? Troops pay, okay? They're going to jeopardize WIC funding, Women, Infants, and Children's Nutrition Program, FEMA services, telemedicine and telehealth, all the rest. They're going to jeopardize all that for a political stunt.
Joining me now is the former Speaker of the House. He is Fox News contributor Newt Gingrich. Mr. Speaker, always a pleasure. Thanks so much for being here.
Good to be with you.
What is your reaction?
It's going to be a very interesting couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, you think we're going to see it? So government shuts down on Wednesday. That's the day that the new tariffs hit, by the way. Got 100% on pharmaceutical products from companies not building in the U.S., 50% on kitchen cabinets, 30% on upholstered furniture, 25% on heavy trucks. Meanwhile, if they allow it, government will shut down Wednesday.
Well, look, the House has already passed a clean continuing resolution to, I think, November 19th. So the House has already said we can go ahead, continue the government, continue to work on appropriations bills, do all of it in an orderly manner, and not disrupt things. The challenge is in the Senate, where you're facing a Schumer shutdown. And Schumer is the one person who can shut down the government because his caucus is not going to go past him. And so he has a real challenge. The Democrat gamble is that if you yell health care long enough, people will not notice you're raising spending. In America's New Majority Project, we just did a survey, very clear. The American people do not want more spending. They don't want a shutdown, but they do not want more spending. And the Democrats right now are guaranteeing a shutdown unless you give them more spending, which has got to be about as weak a position as you can have.
That is great. That is such a good way to put it, Newt. I mean, you just keep yelling healthcare and people will notice. I mean, look, what they're fighting over is the expiring year-end Affordable Care Act, Obamacare subsidies for 22 million Americans, $30 billion a year. But they're also fighting over allowing illegals to get healthcare.
Yeah, well, look, again, it depends on which argument you make. Democrats believe if they yell Medicaid and health care, you'll like them. The Republicans believe when you say the reforms cut out able-bodied Americans who refuse to work, the reforms cut out people who cheat, and the reforms cut out illegal immigrants, well, the American people like that. So it's a question of which argument. But beyond that, you ask the average American, is there enough waste in government to get to a balanced budget? Over half the country believes just by, whether it's accurate or not, just by cutting the waste, you could get to a balanced budget. The Democrats are saying, no, we need more money. I think it's
Here's the thing, though. The argument was that $930 billion was waste over 10 years. So $93 billion was pretty much a year was being wasted on illegals, and they want it back. Actually, not only do they want it back, they want more. They want more. Remember, Trump cut $930 billion over 10 years. They want $1.5 trillion.
Look, both the Democratic House and Senate leaders, they're both from New York. New York's a very liberal state. It's a very big government state. It's a very government union state. And so they operate inside a world where getting more money out of the taxpayer is the natural pattern because their interest groups all want the money. In the rest of the country, I think they're going to find.
I mean, that is true. It does seem like corporate interests and NGOs have taken over the Democratic Party. They don't speak for their people. I mean, they speak for the fraudsters, the corporate interest guys. They speak for, NGOs. They don't speak for the American people no more. They speak for corporations and organizations.
Very weak argument, and they're putting a lot of Democrats at risk by making them the pro-spending, pro-shutdown party.
And I think individuals are reacting. I mean, look at this Republican voter registration that we're watching, which jumped to 25% in California. According to Cal Matters, Democrats hold 46% of registration, independents 22%. One historically blue county flipped red for the first time in 10 years. Republicans now have a narrow voter registration edge over Democrats in Stanislaus County. Just last year, Democrats held the district by 1,400 registered voters, Newt. What do you think that says about the state of affairs today going into the 2026 midterm election?
So, yeah, if you combine the Republicans and independents, yes, then you do see that the Dems are kind of losing ground. Like I said, people are running from the Democratic Party, either running to the center or all the way over to the Republican side. And if you combine both sides, then, yeah, I'm be honest with you, it does seem like, hey, the next time these guys get their governor election going, looks like maybe an independent's going to take over instead of a Democrat, even though they still hold majority compared to these two. But together, if they get a candidate to go against the Democrats, they could win
elections.
And I mean, a candidate that the Republicans and the independents can both agree on to take on the Democrat.
Well, I follow the work of Seth Keshel, who is the best student of voter registration. He says since President Trump was elected, we've had about 1,600,000 people switch to the Republican Party. He just said since February in California, you've had 48,000 additional Republicans and 400 additional Democrats. I mean, think about that margin. But he said in Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, all these states, you're seeing a steady drift towards the Republicans, and it accelerated after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. In some of those places, you saw a really big jump as people decided they were sick of the Democrats, and they moved.
I mean, let's be honest. Trust me, the left lost a lot of people when they started celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. If you thought that everybody on the left was down with that, trust me, you're wrong. A lot of people on there have seen it as we've seen it, distasteful and disgusting. It's like, bro, who would want to be a part of that? And they didn't. And of course, they didn't go full on Republican, but they definitely went independent.
I think in sympathy with Charlie Kirk to re-register as Republicans.
Really interesting. Meanwhile, what's your take on the Jim Comey indictment? Former FBI director now becomes the first of the Obama-era officials indicted for charges stemming from the Russiagate hoax and the investigation. He's facing 2 counts, lying to Congress and obstruction of justice. But former House Intelligence Committee chairman and current Trump media CEO Devin Nunes told me yesterday it is entirely possible that more charges are coming for Comey, and more former intelligence officials will also be facing the music. Watch this.
He's long been a liar, a leaker. He's dishonest. He ruined the FBI. He will be lucky if there is not a grand conspiracy charge brought, which is really what should be brought against probably about 24 characters in the United States over the last 7-8 years.
Should there be more charges against Jim Comey?
Very specific, and it's over whether or not he lied on this one part. The larger part is whether or not you can bring a kind of grand conspiracy case. And, people talk about, there's the law, which is, lying to Congress, lying to the FBI, but there's also a term in there called misleading. And what a lot of these guys did is they made up things using intelligence that didn't exist, but acted like they knew something that actually wasn't there, and they lied and misled the American people. The only intelligence that they had is that the Russians were very well aware of Clinton's plan, and they actually not only thought Clinton was going to win, but likely preferred that she would win. So going back to the cover-up of her missing emails, that, by the way, are still missing, they all got involved in this plan. They all got the FBI exercise.
What do you think, Newt? Because we all lived that, and we remember that John Brennan was well aware that Hillary Clinton was coming up with a plan to hide her emails, and the plan was to tie Trump to Russia. So if they knew that and they didn't present it, that's misleading the court, misleading Congress. Is there a grander conspiracy charge to come?
Well, the most amazing thing is that there was a meeting in the Oval Office with President Obama, with the senior leaders after the election, in which they decided to methodically undermine the presidency that the American people had chosen. I mean, it's virtually treason. And I think it should be a bigger scandal than it is. And I think that there are a number of people who should be at very severe risk.
Yeah. President Trump was asked about the investigation on Friday. He obviously did not mince words about what he thinks of Jim Comey at this point. Watch.
Justice, or is it about revenge?
It's about justice, really. It's not revenge. It's about justice. It's also about the fact that you can't let this go on. They are sick, radical left people, and they can't get away with it. And Comey was one of the people.
I mean, we do got to make an example. Like, we do got to make an example out of Comey, so people on the right and people on the left can understand that, yo, if y'all try this again, you can definitely end up in the same position. And the problem with Comey is that, well, honestly, one of the blessings that he has is that the first charge, which is what? Lying to Congress. I mean, he could pretty much say, I was just working with the information I had. And then the second charge, they might have a little bit of something, depending on the evidence they provide, on, obstruction of justice or obstructing investigation.
Well, he wasn't the biggest, but he's a dirty cop. He's always been a dirty cop. Everybody knew it.
You had to see the soundbite that we played on Sunday Morning Futures yesterday, Newt, with John Brennan saying he checked his background. There's nothing to see here at John Brennan.
Look, well, first of all, if you're a liar, why not keep lying? I mean, there's no advantage for any of these guys to come out and suddenly say, oh, gee, I'm really sorry that I broke the law. Brennan clearly broke the law. Clapper, who I used to admire a great deal, clearly broke the law. The FBI under Comey was lying to the federal judge in order to get a wiretap that it had no right to get. I mean, you go down this list of things. This was a core group of left-wingers who had decided that they would overturn the judgment of the American people, and they were prepared to...
I wouldn't call Comey... I don't know if you can call Comey a left-winger. To be honest, I think, he's on the right side. He just turned against Trump. I don't know what turned him against Trump and made him do this erroneous and make him bring up those erroneous charges or erroneous claims, but he's definitely a Republican. He's one of their guys, and hey, they're handling him. So if anything, you can call it self-accountability.
Basically violate the Constitution, violate the law. And I do think there ought to be some kind of clear public coming to justice of these things. I mean, this was really, when you look at all of it, it was an astonishingly sick operation and continued up through the 2020 campaign when you had 54 intelligence officials sign a letter about the Hunter Biden laptop that was a lie.
Yeah.
And 54 people who've been entrusted with American intelligence signed a letter that was a lie.
And that is exactly why Devin Nunes sees this as a conspiracy that's still going on. It went from item to item to item. Don't forget, they raided Mar-a-Lago because my sources tell me they wanted the report on Russia collusion, which I have because now it's been declassified. They wanted to see if Trump had it. They wanted to destroy it. He didn't have it. It was in a safe at the CIA. I digress. Let me get your take on the news of the morning. Incumbent New York City Mayor Eric Adams is out. He dropped out of the mayoral race less than 2 months away from Election Day. It is now a three-way race between Democrat Socialist Zohran Mamdani, Independent Andrew Cuomo, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. What do you think?
Sliwa. Yeah, that's his name. I said Swaley, but Sliwa. There's no way. It's really just between Andrew Cuomo and Mamdani, because New York, come on now, they're not going to vote for a Republican.
I think that it's pretty likely, nothing certain, pretty likely that Mamdani, who is a big government socialist with very weird values, is going to.
Shout out to Big Wave Dave. He says, call in needed. Let's see here. We are about, well, what's your $2 super chat? Shout out to Big Wave Dave. $48 away from opening up the call-in lines. 48 and running a conspiracy hour.
Become the mayor of New York. For the Democrats, this will be a nightmare. Their highest ranked public figure in terms of publicity will be somebody who is so far to the left and so radical that it is going to drive even more people, as you said earlier, out of the Democratic Party. You're going to see registration continuing to shift to the Republicans as Mamdani, like AOC, becomes the spirit of the new big government socialist, weird value Democratic Party.
Yeah. Now, does that help the Republicans?
And shout out to my man, Cache My Memory, Castro, and Jet, and also shout, of course, Big Wave Day for the baller alert. Amen. Appreciate the support, guys. But let's go ahead and get this call-in line open. Give me about 5 minutes.
Dude, I mean, I know that it'll kill New York, but I feel like some Republicans are willing to sacrifice New York because they think it'll help them in 26. They'll say, look who's running New York. We can't have that continuing throughout the country. We better vote Republican.
That will be effed up if the Republicans just said, look, New York, you're going to have to be a sacrificial lamb. You're going to have to be under a socialist rule. So all of you is going to pretty much vote right in the midterm. So, let's let you guys go through some hard times. And then let's see how y'all feeling in the midterms. I mean, that's effed up, but I mean, hey, it could work.
Okay.
Well, my guess is it's also going to mean we have a really good chance to elect the governor of New York State. New York City is far more left-wing than New York State.
Yes.
And frankly, the totally bad government of New York has made life so expensive for young people that they're actually voting for more government because of the pain government's giving them. It's a sign that nobody's been able to effectively make the case in New York. In the rest of the country, there's a common sense belief that this.
I mean, yeah, when people are struggling financially, they definitely lean way more towards, socialist policies. When you're struggling financially and, the Dems are feeding you this victim mindset, they're pretty much feeding you with your argument for socialism.
This is all just nuts.
But when you're doing well, you're out there making strides, you understand that capitalism is about putting in hard work and not being a victim. You tend to be a bit more Republican because you want it to be made a little bit more easier, not harder. And then, and not when you make it, you're getting taxed out the ass for people who are too lazy to do what you did. Like, who wants that?
But it also goes back to your earlier question. You have Hakeem Jeffrey from New York. You have Chuck Schumer from New York. These are the two people going to the White House. And they come from an area that is so far to the left that they're not very much in touch with the country.
Yeah. So maybe it helps Elise Stefanik in the governor's race.
Very much so.
Yeah. Newt, great to see you.
Not that I would wish Mamdani for that purpose.
Right.
But all right, guys, now let's get into this argument on birthright citizenship. Let's get right into it. And the call-in link has been posted. If you are a member or have donated at least $1 to the stream, you can go ahead and hit that call-in post. Be happy to host your call and have you up here. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right back to it.
Birthright citizenship here in the United States. If you're born in the United States, you're a citizen. What is the administration arguing, and when will the justices say whether they will?
No, that's easy. What the administration is arguing is, an argument that's never been had. The argument that we've had is that, okay, what about legal immigrants? Is legal immigrants, their children that were born on American soil, American citizens? Yes, they are. That's what the Supreme Court said. What the Supreme Court never voted on was if children of illegal immigrants are American citizens. They never voted on that. We just did it off the assumption. So this is what Trump is saying, that we need to end birthright citizenship in that area alone. Not altogether, but in that area alone, we need that debate. Like, we need to finally have this debate on, is it okay for two illegals to come over here and have an anchor baby and we just consider an American citizen? Like, is that cool? Well, in my opinion, no. And the argument for having it for legal immigrants, well, at least they obeyed the law. At least they obeyed the law. I mean, they get that. And I mean, I think they deserve the birthright citizenship for their kid. But those who break it, in my opinion, don't. Because we're honestly just feeding bad behavior, in my honest opinion.
Actually take this case.
Right. This is a much bigger deal. And the government's petitions were officially filed today. We got them on Friday, just showing they're laying out their case.
Really?
Will remember there was
Oh,
first
sorry.
What up, broski?
Yeah.
Hey, man, what's up, guys? What's up, Big Wave Dave, an original gamer? I think one of y'all.
Man, there's a lot to unpack with.
Hold on, let me start. Let me start
my
because
bad.
I actually have experience with some of this. All right, so first of all, let Mamdani freaking take New York City and let them go into their nightmare socialist scenario.
He took the words out of my mouth.
And have a nice day.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Oh man. Well,
right. Hey, it's just a city. Let them have it if that's what they want, and let them see how it works out.
All right. Well, true. I get what you're saying. It's like, hey, if that's what y'all want, maybe y'all need to go out there and bruise your knee.
Live it and learn it, and then maybe they'll think twice.
But yo, Dave, your mic is doubling.
I'm sorry. One second.
Is it mine or his?
It was his. But go ahead, gamer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a double down on his point. Here's why I say let him. Because Gavin Newsom is trying to prepare his presidential run for 2028, I believe. And if people get a whiff of what true socialism looks like under a crazy nut job open communist, and we get a front row stage to it, I guarantee you, Gavin Newsom, let alone any other Democratic party leader or whatnot, will never get a chance at the spotlight again.
I actually agree with that. I really do. And that's why I honestly think that Dem should put up more of a fight against what Mamdani is doing, because they could end up screwing their own party.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, Seth, that's your mic.
Really? Let me see. Hold on. Everybody mute real quick. Yo. Okay, no, I think it's one of your mics.
Oh, so it's original.
Oh, original. Yes, your mic that's doubling right now. But while original, go ahead and see if you can get yours fixed. Big Wave Dave, birthright citizenship.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right, so birthright citizenship. All right. So the people that come here legally, sure, by all means, if they come here legally and have a child here, then yes, their child should be considered a legal U.S. citizen born on the soil. Now, for my case, where I married an illegal immigrant, and no, she didn't get a green card for those in chat. We had a child. He has dual citizenship, so he can claim Brazil and the U.S. He has U.S. And that's fine too, because I'm a legal citizen. If two illegals come here, have a child, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you should not have birthright citizenship.
Yeah, I mean, the best I'm like, at least you could have done was get an American spouse. I'm on procreate with an American.
Nope, still doing it.
Okay, I'm gonna just turn my headphones off. My bad.
Oh, you're good. Probably need to just get away from. You might have the stream playing in the background. That could also cause doubling. But go ahead, Dave.
All right, so if you marry or if you have a child with an American citizen, then yes, that child's going to have American citizenship. But yeah, two illegals crossing should not have that right. And also, if I'm almost positive this is a thing that you cannot come into the country, at least it used to be, if you're like 8 months pregnant, you cannot come into the country.
I have not heard about that, actually. Is that? Hold on.
I think that's a thing. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive it is.
I know it's a thing for U.S. military bases.
Gotcha. Okay. Huh.
I'm not sure.
But that should be a standard
You know what, guys? I got you. I got you. I know who I could ask. Just give me a quick second.
Who? Chat GPT.
Hey, Chat.
Hey there. What's on your mind today?
Is it illegal to come into the United States 8 months pregnant if you're an undocumented immigrant?
Well, the basic legal situation is that entering the US without authorization is generally considered unlawful regardless of pregnancy status. So it's not specifically about being 8 months pregnant. It's just that unauthorized entry itself is illegal. Pregnancy doesn't change that law. Of course, the
All right. So what about for legal status then? So what if they are a legal immigrant or they're trying to sign up and they're 8 months pregnant? Is that allowed?
Yeah, absolutely. If someone is a legal immigrant or they have the appropriate visa or status to be in the US, then being 8 months pregnant doesn't affect that. Basically, as long as they're here lawfully, they can absolutely receive care or sign up for services. There's nothing in the immigration rules that says you can't be here legally just because you're pregnant. So it's totally allowed.
All right, then. I guess they can go over here and pop out a kid if they're 8 months pregnant. No, long to do it the legal way. And none of us have a problem with that.
That's my thing, though. Like, look, if you're coming here legally, at least you went that sort of route. You know what I mean? Like, you went through the process. But if you cross the freaking border and have a kid here, I'm sorry. If you're two illegal parents have a kid here, I'm sorry, you should not get citizenship.
Agreed.
Like a too long don't make a right type of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's like, and I just don't like the idea how the left wants to reward one side for literally breaking the law while that puts the guys who do it the right way in the back of the line. It's like, are you guys serious?
Oh, they're all about cutting in line and cutting into women's locker rooms. You know what I mean?
I've talked to a bunch of immigrants who, while I was deployed in the military, a lot of them actually got pissed off by just the open border situation because they were like, yo, I came over here. I didn't have paperwork, but I went to a U.S. military installation. I said, hey, can I earn my citizenship by serving in the military? And they said, yeah, like we have procedures even for that. So it's like there's no excuse.
We can't doubt your loyalty at that point.
Right. Like you're literally willing to take a bullet for this country.
I mean, sure, we need. Oh man, that damn near should be the only way over here. But
No, that's a little mean there, bro.
I get. You're right. You're right. But I don't know, man. If you ain't want to die for this country instead of, I mean, come on
by
now.
all means.
It's gonna deter. It's gonna like deter people from coming over here for no reason. It's
Well,
like,
look,
hey, look.
by all means, if people want to come here and go that route, by all means, I would say sure.
Shoot, I would say even the H-1B visa guys, let them work in the military as well. Let's make sure that they're working for us and not really ready to go back home to their home corporation in their home country.
Screw that. Get rid of H-1B visa altogether.
Yeah, like honestly. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and hear these arguments on birthright citizenship, and let's see what they're going to hit us with.
They're laying out their case. Now, as some of our viewers will remember, there was a first chapter to this earlier this year when the Trump administration appealed all these lower court orders against President Trump's effort to end birthright citizenship. That's the idea that anyone born here, irrespective of the lawful status of their parents, automatically become U.S. citizens. But the justices in their first chapter on this just looked at lower court's method of blocking it. This time they're going to look at the complete merits. That's what the Trump Justice Department would like them to do, to say, is it constitutional? Would it still comport to the 14th Amendment that I think we even have those words there that says that, everyone born in the U.S. is automatically a citizen?
Well, hold on now. Let's see here. All persons born or naturalized in the United States is subjugated to the jurisdiction thereof. They always kind of miss out that jurisdiction thereof because that's always what's for debate. Well, if their parents, what's their parents' jurisdiction if they're not a legal resident or a legal citizen in the United States? Because we're not. That doesn't count for us. Their jurisdiction is their home country. But
it's different if it's one parent or the other. But if it's not one parent or the other and both are illegal, that's not our jurisdiction. They are not a citizen here.
Yeah. Now, I will point out this. I've heard this come up from a lot of different people, especially people proponents of DACA, that think birthright citizenship should be a thing. They will point out we have a loophole in our Constitution. So anybody that's born on a U.S. military installation or a U.S. territorial island, I think we have 11 of them, you get the full force. Certain U.S. islands, I think it's 7 out of the 11, have the full force of the U.S. jurisdiction. That means the Constitution applies there. The remaining 4 islands, the Constitution doesn't apply there, and we just kind of can operate with like impunity. So a lot of people in DACA and that like to make this argument are basing that argument off of that one loophole. And I think going forward, we have to really specify that we're talking about if you come up on like the U.S. mainland or you come here illegally to the mainland or to any one of our contiguous states, knowing you're doing it illegally, you don't get citizenship. It's a different story is if you go to a territory, because then you have to be accepted into that territory's culture first. And then there's like a whole bunch of other processes and steps you have to go through to even get U.S. citizenship.
Wow. I'm gonna be honest. I did not know about that loophole and about the U.S. territories, but I hear what you're saying though, because if you are in a U.S. territory, you are under our jurisdiction at that point. But the problem that a lot of these liberals have problem understanding is the whole jurisdiction thereof. And you see how she read it: all persons born or natural in the United States, and that's it. Like they don't even put the and subject to the jurisdiction of, because then that's what's debatable. Now I could sit there and debate the guy and be like, well, what does the jurisdiction mean? Like jurisdiction of the parent? Because that's not in this country. And they're subject to the jurisdiction of their country. So let's get them over there.
Yo, so Set, this thing about the Temu William Defoe talking about how the Constitution is out of date. No, I think they thought of pretty much everything, and they were smart as shit.
Set, ask Google what Article 18, Clause 18 means. Whenever people Article 18, Clause 18. Google it so everybody is on page.
Explain Article 18, Clause 18, right?
Sure thing. So that's actually a reference to the US Constitution, and it's often known as the Necessary and Proper Clause, found in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18. Basically, it gives Congress the power to make all laws which are necessary and proper for carrying out its duties. In other words, it lets Congress pass laws it needs to execute its other powers. So it's kind of a flexible clause that gives Congress a bit of leeway to do what it needs to do.
Oh, okay.
And it's fully enforceable. It basically makes the Constitution applicable regardless of what, kind of time in life we are.
Because it's Congress doing it. It's within the Constitution.
Yep. So when people say the Constitution is outdated, they clearly don't know anything about it because that's in there.
Yeah, no, and that's what was killing me about that Farrar dude. Comes like, dog, you're only saying this because your side is losing. That's it. That's the only reason you're trying to say it's outdated, because you want it to be fixed to where you guys can win. And we're not even playing that game.
I got something to say about the left and the right in New Jersey right now.
I mean, I heard it's going in the right's favor.
Oh, well, we have the gubernatorial election coming up, right? And it's between Mikey Sherrill and Jack Citarelli.
I don't know who those
now,
people are.
Set, I need you to Google search. Set, I need you to do a quick YouTube search or Google search of what the girl Democrat says about LGBTQ in schools.
Wait,
Can
from like
you do that
where?
for me?
Yeah,
All
but
right.
from
So
where?
in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill wants to push LGBTQ studies in schools and not let parents opt out.
Yeah, that's a violation.
Jesus, hold on here. Let me see. Studies in school. Let's see here. New Jersey illegally mandates public school and high schools to teach the public. Wow. Okay. The political, economic, and social contributions of the LGBTQ plus individuals and people with disabilities. So what the hell? They lost
Play the
by
video
our
of
guy,
her
Governor
saying that
Phil
she's going
Murphy.
to say that. Play the video of her saying that she can't. She's saying that parents shouldn't opt out of that.
Let's see here. If I can find.
Sounds like a threat to me.
Violating parents' rights. All I can find is legal battle continues over. Let's see here. New Jersey's gender guidance for schools. And then we got, let's see here. Let's see, New Jersey Spotlight News. Legal battle continues over New Jersey genders on schools. Kids thrive with parents. I cannot. Two more
You're gonna make
districts.
me find it and send it to you? Come on, bro. Your
Yeah, find
research
it and
skills
send it to
suck.
me. Find it and send it to
All
me.
right.
Hey, you're giving me New Jersey LGBT studies in school. I mean, what about the lady's name? Let me see.
It's Mikey Sherrill.
Okay.
She's running for governor of New Jersey.
Okay, third. I think I may
I feel
have
like
found it.
this. I feel like all the radical candidates that are running. I think this is America's final warning. Hey, call me like a crazy Christian. I don't care. It's my
Hey,
belief.
yo.
But I feel like this is God's final warning to America to stop.
Okay, I found it. Here it is.
All right,
I
play
found it
it,
on
Seth.
Instagram.
I would push an LGBTQ education into our schools. Parents have a right to opt out of a lot of things, but this is not an area where they should be opting out.
Okay. I mean,
she said
that. She said it
in real life.
There's a longer video and there is context to it, more so than that. But she's literally saying like, no, they shouldn't opt out of this.
Yeah, she did. I know.
And
She
this
said it
is
right at
her
the end
view.
there, but she really shouldn't though. Like she ended it off with that, sadly. Oh man. I mean, you would hope you wouldn't hear that coming from what this supposed to be our governor or who is she?
She's trying to be New Jersey's governor.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I knew oh man, that's tough. Dave, you know what you need to do.
Oh, I'm full aware. I'm gonna fucking vote and push that shit. So if you could keep playing that every so often,
gotcha.
For anybody that's in your chat that's in New Jersey, hopefully they realize it and vote against her. All the better.
Great.
You know, Set. It's funny. Like they both have the same views on what's going on with the energy companies and how much they're charging. Dude, my bill shot up 200%.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So I went from paying like $200 a month. I'm paying like $800 a month now.
Oh man, she went viral on Instagram for that spiel. But 200%?
I'm paying like $800 a month now. It's fucking crazy. I hate it. But they're not. You know, we had the governor we have now, Mr. Horseface, whatever the hell his name is. He wants to put freaking windmills on the Jersey Shore.
Oh,
that's not sustainable.
I mean, I don't think that's the best idea.
No, it's killing whales, killing dolphins, and stuff like that. And
it makes the area look ugly.
That too. It's killing fucking wildlife.
And not just that, the amount of energy you would expend just to put one up would never be paid back for what it would regenerate.
Exactly. Yes. I think they have 6 of them in Atlantic City right now. And half the time I drive by them, they're not really spinning.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, hold on here. Shout out to my man Tectonics. He says, Google the 45 goals of communism in America from 1958. Let's see here. Actually, I went ahead and did that for you ahead of time.
That's that Russian manifesto.
I mean, I found this little video on it right here. What was his name? Ben Carson on Tucker Carlson.
45 Goals of Communism in America and how they plan to fundamentally change our society. It was derived from a book called The Naked Communist by W. Cleon Skousen, who was a CIA agent. And you look at those 45 goals, it was things like gaining control of the public school system and the teacher unions so that you could indoctrinate the kids, gaining control of the news media and Hollywood so that you could manipulate the opinions of people, denigrating the role of the
that's facts.
The role of the church into the churches and changing the real gospel to the social gospel, making sexual perversion normal, natural, and healthy.
How far away from
like the MAP flag? Like now they want to have the MAP flag, minor attracted persons flag. Like, yeah.
And said that you're.
But okay, I mean, hey, lines up. And shout out to the short little video on it.
That's Ben Carson, right?
Yeah, Ben Carson. Shout out to our guy.
Yeah,
Ben Carson.
dude, he is 100% about facts, and he is completely fucking right.
Yeah, I mean, wait, wasn't he a presidential candidate?
He was. No, they wanted him to be, but he didn't want to be.
Oh yeah, I'm about to say. And to be honest, I don't know. He don't got the voice for it, in my opinion.
And said that your grandchildren's children will.
Oh, and shout out to my man Chase. He says New Jersey represents. She lost when she spoke about Charlie. Hey, shout out Chase. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says we also shouldn't be hearing a mayor say if a citizen of their area leaves, there'll be a celebration. But Dearborn guy said it. That is true.
Oh yeah,
that is very true. I mean, what was it over?
He wants anybody that's not Muslim out of there.
Yeah, no. Well, he pretty much said, "Oh, if you want to leave with your Christian ideology, we'll celebrate, we'll throw a party." And you know what? It does seem like Dearborn. I wouldn't say that they don't want no Christians in there. They just want to be Muslim dominant. They literally have taken over that city. I'm not sure how they did it. I'm not sure why the Christians even allowed it, but it happened. Yeah.
So the fact that they're playing the fucking prayer at 5 a.m. in the morning when sunrise comes up over fucking loudspeakers, waking people the fuck up. Like, come on, bro.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, they kind of do that in my neighborhood. They play the bells, not the Muslim music, but no, the church rings the bells and all that good stuff. And is that the same?
Are you waking up by bells or people like, blah, 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 blah? Like, come on, like, stop.
Oh man, hey, they be singing. I'll be jigging to. Okay, I'm just playing. Okay, you're right.
Bro, when I was deployed to the Middle East, dog, it would trip me out. And then the fact that you can go to some states in the U.S. of all places and they do that there, absolutely not. This is what
they're doing in fucking Dearborn. They're doing it in fucking Dearborn and New York City.
Yeah, this is what's called a slow motion coup.
Don't we have Christian cities like? No, I'm not approving of what's going on in Dearborn, but don't we have Christian cities like that already? Like, let's be honest, where I mean, the whole town is all Christian. So, is it that?
Are they waking you up at 5 a.m. with chants over the fucking loudspeaker, though?
I mean, everybody goes to church.
Wait, Set. Let me go ahead and hit you with some history real quick.
All right.
Now, whether or not the men lived a righteous life according to the Bible is up for discussion. However, historically proven, the United States always has been, at its foundation, a Judeo-Christian nation.
Facts.
This is why a lot of people who aren't really fond of the United States always chant to America.
And they were doing that in Dearborn too.
Yep. So it's not about, oh, well, we have Christian Christian cities or Christian areas, that's the foundation of our nation. So you would expect that. I didn't go to Bahrain, which is where I was stationed, and expect to see like Christian hotspots. No, that's not a thing.
Well, not in Bahrain, but in some Muslim countries, they do have their Christian hotspots. So,
like Lebanon is actually historically Christian.
Yeah. Now, okay, I hear what you're saying on that one, right? But now, and I'm like I said, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Who are they hurting right now? Like, are they really hurting anybody, or we're just upset that it's a different religion? Like, pretty much a religious city has been established. Yeah.
Set, I'm sorry. In Dearborn, Michigan, when they're blaring the Muslim prayer chant at 5 a.m. in the morning when the sun rises and waking people the fuck up, that's a fucking problem.
Yeah, but majority of those people are, Muslims.
Okay, but that's okay, but they're okay. That maybe it's
It's
majority.
like an atheist guy or a Muslim guy living in a predominantly Christian place. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If we didn't want it to happen, we shouldn't have let them take that.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but are Christians blaring shit over fucking loudspeakers at 5 a.m. to wake people the fuck up to do prayer?
No.
Nah, I don't see that.
Exactly.
They'll ring the bell, but hey, it ain't at no 5 in the morning. I'll tell you that.
Hey, I'll do you one better. You said they're not hurting anybody yet. So, like I said last night, there are roving rape gangs that are predominantly Muslim. In Dearborn, Michigan, there's a plethora of cases where young girls are getting forcibly married off and sent back to the Middle East. So I don't think it's just a religious topic. I think it's just a way of life. They're importing a very unsavory culture to the U.S., and that's not something we stand for.
I would say this because I would say this. Like, I hear what you're saying, but I can't see. Now that's the same thing they're saying over there in Europe, right? That there's rape gangs and Muslims create these rape gangs. But let's be quite honest, I don't think that's what's going on in Dearborn.
There's
I've been looking into that whole Muslim takeover, and people are uncomfortable with, honestly, the amount of Muslims that's there, but they're not really causing any crimes like they are in the UK.
No,
but from what I've been researching, because I've been low-key doing the research into these Muslim-ran cities, and to be quite honest, I mean, I hear they have the main concerns is that they're Muslims.
No, but the problem is they're trying to dictate what people do with their lives. So there's this one video I saw about this guy going around to Muslim-owned gas stations, right? And he's trying to tell these Muslim-owned gas stations, oh, well, you're selling this, this, and this. You shouldn't be
that black
selling
guy.
this.
I remember it was the black guy with the ginger beard. He was walking around so you can't sell alcohol here. You must follow the ways of Allah and all that wild stuff. And yes, he was crazy for doing that. But was protest.
But the problem is these are the people that are trying to infiltrate. That's what they did in Europe.
I don't but here's the thing. It'd have been more infiltration if they'd have vandalized the place and said this is against Allah. That's Islamist.
You're thinking
they did was protesting.
You're going down a slippery slope here.
Yeah,
if you keep letting them fucking do it, they're gonna get further and further into their ways, and if you keep letting them do it, look.
No. I'm not saying that we should let them. I'm not saying that we should let them ban alcohol, but if they want to protest alcohol, I mean, we're allowed to do
fine.
That.
What I'm saying is, look, they came to this country and they're trying to change this country to be a Muslim country. That's not our country.
And I get that argument, but here's the thing, though. I get the complaints, but then why are we letting them do it? And then here's the thing, though.
We're not. So
we kind of are, because think about it. We let them in here. They have more kids than us. And we're over here complaining about how we can't have kids. So when I hear these complaints on my side, I'm just like, all right, well, then you guys can't complain about Muslims taking over y'all cities because you're not willing to do anything about it, but talk about Muslims.
So it's not. It's
I
a
will
bit
give
more.
you one sec. Original. Set. I will give you that. Look, if they're gonna let that happen, let it happen. Again, same thing with New York City. You want to let that happen? Let it happen. Look, but the problem is going to be we're going to let it happen little by little. And look, I'm willing to let New York City have their socialist fucking bullshit happen. But when it comes to like Muslims and fucking Sharia law, that is not what our country is about.
Like, and I understand that part. Trust me. I'd rather all cities be Christian. Like, trust me, I'm on that side. But when we sit here and we complain about Muslims, but we're not willing to really do anything about the takeover, like we literally watched the entire city get taken over, and you're telling
That's what
me
I'm saying, though.
no
Is it
Christians
was
went
taken
over there
over
and was like, "Hey, yo, we need to establish a church here. I don't even care if we got to split it up, split the city up."
Let me say my point real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So here's the thing in terms of like doing something about it. Number one, you have to look at it from the outside. You can't play devil's advocate. You got to look at it from the outside looking in. Number one, these people have basically worked their way in as a marginalized group. Think Middle East, Israel the aggressor, Palestine or Gaza the victim. And because they're Muslim and nobody wants to be racist and ask, hey, what nation do you hail from? A lot of them pull the Palestine card. Now, when they come over here, they don't adapt to culture. There's no push to make them adapt to our way of life. And people over here, especially on the radical left and the far left, are more tolerant and respectful and all these other things, which basically allows for that stuff to propagate. Back that up with rapid 24-hour propaganda and social media spreading the crap around wildfire, and you are fighting a beast. Now, nowadays on social media, if you speak out against, the Muslim way, or you point out that, hey, they're doing stuff that isn't necessarily right, or this isn't how this is funded, you can lose your job. You can lose your social media following. There's real repercussions.
I don't know about that one, dog. Because nowadays, bro, you watch Fox News, bro, you can say whatever you want about Muslims. Actually, Muslims are like enemy number one on the conservative side. Actually, Muslims has been fear-mongered upon for the since honestly, before 9/11, we've been taught to fear Muslims.
Not really fear, but watch them.
No, look, first of all, I don't fear freaking Muslims.
But I hear you.
Look, all right, I don't fear Muslims. My problem is, like, look, and what Original was saying, you come to this country, then you should integrate with our country. Don't try and change our country to be your country because you left your fucking country in the first place.
For the reasons you left it.
Well, let's be real. One of the reasons that they left it, remember, it wasn't Islam why they left it, though. Let's be quite honest.
A lot of it actually is. I've talked to a bunch of immigrants who passed through,
and I've talked to people, and they said, "Yo, it's because of the stabilization of the government, and there's no stable government." A lot of people say it's not Islam,
the root problem, though, it's the root problem, though.
Is there but then here's the thing: if the religion was the root problem, then most of them, and some of them do, but most of them would drop the religion if that's the root problem. They drop the government and they leave.
Hey, one sec. Hey, Set, you know what Muslims want to do?
Besides submit themselves to God. I mean, what type of question is that?
What the purpose of their religion is, right?
Submission to God.
No.
Convert everybody to
Hold on. Have y'all even read the Quran? Do y'all even know a Muslim to even be saying this? Because I know a lot of them, and I've actually looked over the Quran, and a lot of people actually take it out of context wildly. If I tell you where you get some of these stories from, you guys won't be able to tell me it. So when I tell you that the Quran is all about submission to God, that's literally it. Just like the Bible.
The problem is they want to convert everybody to be Muslim, right? They want everybody to
they don't.
be Muslim.
That's not all Muslims. They don't really. Not all Muslims are like that.
I'm not saying all. I'm saying the ones that misconstrue it.
Well, okay, I'll give you that. If we're talking about the jihadist Islamists, we can't sit there and say that's all Muslims. That'd be
we're not saying that's all Muslims.
I'm not saying that. I have Muslim friends that will go about their religion their way and have it their way, but they're not trying to convert everybody. But you have those radicals that have gotten into this country through Biden's,
BS
lack border control that come in here, and those are the people that are trying to come here and convert everybody to Islam. And look, that's not going to fly because that's not what our country is based off of. But they're letting it happen though, and that's the freaking problem. Like Dearborn, Michigan, when they're chanting "Death to America" in Dearborn, Michigan, that's a freaking problem. Like you're here, why are you chanting "Death to America"?
But all right, guys, I do have to get on to the super chats, and I ain't gonna lie, great debate, guys. But trust me, I did have to play the devil's advocate just because. Well,
No, I
kind of wanted to see your question.
You don't get too many creators that are willing to do that just to like. So I appreciate it.
Oh man, no problem.
You get my point though, right?
Yeah, I definitely hear your point on that. I hear Dave's point on, well, bro, this is a Christian country. If you guys weren't trying to be Christian, why the hell come over here? And then if you're going to come over here, you need to respect the fact that it's a Christian country and that your ideology can remain private, but there's no way, shape, and form that it should be able to take over an entire American city. And that does kind of prove that there is an extreme push on it.
They are trying.
Now, but the only thing I got to say is that everybody in Dearborn, that's not their initiative. I can't sit there and say that all Muslims' initiative is to just take over the United States.
I would say the majority is when they're chanting "Death to America" in Dearborn. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
If they're chanting "Death to America" in Dearborn, then that is foolish as hell. But I get okay if that's what they're doing. "Death to America." I haven't heard about that one, but okay, if you guys are telling me that if they're doing that, then you're absolutely right. To be quite honest, I will have to concede the argument on that note alone.
Hey, Seth, little test for you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wait, what?
Come on. Alaikum salam.
Okay, I'll see. Huh? Sorry, I thought you said something else. Assalamu alaikum. Malaikum salam.
Yeah. It means what's up.
Now, Seth, I'm sorry. How is it the three of us know that and you do not?
No, I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him.
No. All right. So I'm sorry. Maine said the phrase. And then Original and I responded in the correct way.
Bro, I literally heard how we're going to sink them. That's what I heard. I was like, wait, how we're going to what? That's why I said what? That's literally what I heard. I'll be real with you. I was like, but then when you said it again, I was like, okay. Huh?
Maine, say it again.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yes, alaikum salam. Shout out. Not how we're gonna speak.
Like I said, I served over in the Middle East, so I heard it all the time.
I grew up working at gas stations.
My stepdad's a Muslim, but he's an African Muslim, though, so you know, a little bit of a difference. And so that means I've been around these guys damn near all my life, and I've been inside the Somali community. We have actually a big one here in Ohio, in Columbus. So I do feel what y'all saying, because trust me, they've cut out their own little part of Columbus, and it's all them.
But and it's not just, and I will say one thing, it's not just the Muslim community that I particularly have an issue with, because I'm going to speak from an actual full-on veteran perspective. I signed up, and even though I only did 2 years, I went overseas and I put my life on the line for this country. Okay, when you come over to this country, you are coming over here to the great melting pot of the world. That means that you are assimilating into the fact that you're going to be a part of something bigger than yourself. You're going to share some, and you're going to get some, right? When you come over here to this country, and your only objective is to coagulate in these groups, you see it with certain Asians, you see it with Indians, you see it with anybody that's Arab or Persian, you see it with some Russians. Hell,
only looking out for their own, pretty much.
Right.
Like the Omar girl, how she married her brother so she can get in, so he can get in, like that type of stuff.
Right. And so if you're gonna do that when you come to this country, don't bother coming to this country. You've wasted your time.
I agree. But all right, no. Shout out to my man Jay. Hold on, real quick. Shout out to my man Jay. They're literally shouting "Death to America," and shout out because my man Gamer was covering that. And shout out to my man Chase. He says this is not a democracy set. The majority doesn't rule, which is true. But wait, Did I say we were in democracy? I'm confused, but I don't know. I'm not sure what Jet means by that, but hopefully you explain to me, my brother. Shout out to my man Misfit Supervisor. He said this is how they've been taking over lands for centuries. I mean, you could damn near say the same thing about the Crusaders. Back in the day, everybody was willing to, slit necks over their religion. Everybody.
I have a comment about that.
Crusade.
What's up?
Everybody forgets about the Sixth Crusade, where
Look, I have a comment.
70,000 poor women, children, Christians, basically just homeless people almost, did a peaceful migration to the areas that Islam inhabited, and honestly, most of them wound up as slaves or dead.
Yep.
Hey guys, I have something to say. Can I say it?
What was that?
Say the racist.
Yeah, go ahead.
Apparently, I'm not being interrupted. All right. So, look, hold to your ideals. This country was built on Christianity at the end of the day. But hold to your ideals. Don't let anybody sway you and change you. And just be a good person. Do the right thing. And keep doing the right thing. And hopefully, right will win out over evil.
I mean, protest. Oh, of course they did. But all right, guys. Now I know, Gamer. Did you have something to say?
Me? Oh, yeah. I had just basically wanted to retouch us. Yo, you can't come over here and just be, coagulating with your own people. But at the same time, we do have to watch out for when. We do have to watch certain demographics, not just Muslim. There's other demographics that are just clumping up, especially Chinese. So I think we should really just, in general, put a looking glass on these people. And I don't feel like we're really doing it as a whole.
I mean, you also need to look at their sales tactics, because what the heck are these guys selling to the point where, I mean, guys, I definitely looked into the whole Dearborn thing, and I mean, they're even converting Christians over there to the point where I'm like, bro, what are you selling these people? What's going on in Dearborn? To where a majority of the people are just being sold the religion. And it's like, and I'm be honest with you, I don't have a problem with it, but I am a bit concerned to where it's like, all right, like I said, my Christian guys are a bit concerned about this, but what are they saying? What are they selling these guys to the point where people are turning, or to the point where they could take over a whole city?
I'm not religious, but I don't think that anybody should come to this country and try and change the country's religion either.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, so the whole problem I have is as long as they keep religion and the legal system.
Well, we do have freedom of religion in this country, though. Let's not forget.
Yeah,
that's First Amendment.
My family came here to avoid being prosecuted for religion. So, I mean, it's a really big principle of our country. So as long as Sharia law is not coming around, as long as they keep separate church and state, it's all my own business.
All right, so everybody's cool with Muslims. It's just that we don't like the radical ones.
Yep.
Bro, where was the disconnect there?
Oh no, you never know. You never.
I don't care if you're Muslim or whatever the case may be,
Dave, you gotta understand. There's people who are like us, who like, bro, all right, we're cool with Muslims, but we don't like radicals. Then there's people who just don't like the whole Islamic religion at all. Don't like no Muslims at all.
Well,
so
look,
you gotta remember
that's their problem. That's their problem, not our problem. I don't care what you preach. Just don't come in and try.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't care where you stand on. I just like to know where people stand at, and just see where their heads at. I'm not gonna try to hurt you.
If you want to get into a truth discussion, I got one for you.
What's up, man?
So in the Quran, I don't know the exact passage, and I know that they can do some similar stuff with the Bible, but in the Quran, you cannot be like a direct son of Allah. You need to be a servant. And that's the only way you can come to Allah, is as a servant. Where it also says in the Quran that you have to listen to what Jesus Christ says, right?
Which is true. That's true.
He's a prophet, and
Mhm.
and the Quran says you have to listen to what he says. And he says, I am the Son of God.
He said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through me. So if the Quran is saying listen to Jesus, Jesus says, I'm the only way, who do you think you should be listening to?
To be honest, they don't kind of read it that way. I mean, a lot of people say that Jesus did not say he was the Son of God directly.
He did.
And they say the reason they say that is because in the Aramaic word, he used the word Allah, which Allah in Aramaic means father.
But Jesus spoke Greek, not Greek, Hebrew.
Pretty sure it was Aramaic.
Now, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Let me see here, because I don't know. I remember last time I was checking in Catholic when I was in private school in Catholic. I think they was trying to say that Jesus didn't really claim to be outright the Son of God, but like I said, I could be wrong.
No, he literally said,
he
I
did
and the
not.
Father are one. Whoever's seen me, seen the Father.
He made it specific that he was, there was a Holy Trinity.
Yeah. That's part of the reason why the Pharisees wanted to kill him, or did kill him.
Okay, well, yeah, I and the Father are one. His actions, such as forgiveness and sin and performance of miracles, are supported by. Well, like I said, see, and pretty much the Bible's been left up to the Muslims' interpretation. They don't. And here's the thing: do we really need to beef over that? Like, is that really a good reason to beef over? Oh, if, like they believe in the word of Jesus. Is it really like, I don't know, relevant to say, well, you guys don't think he's the Son of God, even though you guys see him as a prophet?
Well, I can't.
Shouldn't the fact that they should embody their teachings mean enough for us?
Not really.
Really?
If you take both of them to their extreme, you get things like jihadists. And if you let Christians take things to their extreme out of context, you get, hold up. If you let Christians take things out of context from the Bible to their extreme, you get a lot of this prosperity gospel, and then you get the other extreme, which is like the cult leaders, like drink the punch.
I don't know, because you still got to consider Dearborn.
Same goes with Islam too.
No, that's what I said. Jihadists. That's the natural extreme.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, there's extremes on both sides, but if both sides agree, because I speak to the Muslim homies and they respect Jesus and the teachings, but the whole Son of God thing is just where y'all disagree. But I think y'all should unify around the whole teachings of Jesus instead of the whole argument of, oh, is he the Son of God or not? But do y'all both believe in the teachings? Do y'all both believe that his word should be respected? Yes.
Christians, I don't believe Christians believe that Muhammad
guys,
was a prophet.
One sec, please, 1 sec. Look, there's no reason to take extremes one side or the other. You see what that's doing in politics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, can we not all go down the freaking middle? Can we not all go down the freaking middle and take like that? Like, again, can we not all go down the middle and like take like my mindset, right? Like, be a good person, be a nice person, live your life virtuously, not be a fucking scumbag. Just live your life the right way.
Yeah, don't sleep with 7 virtues, 7 deadly sins. Those are like pretty much Christian teachings. Oh, my bad. Misfit, go ahead and speak. My bad, Misfit. You just came on. Go ahead.
No, I was just being a smart ass. I'm like, part of being a good person is not marrying 8-year-olds, is not stoning women in the street, is not making people,
hold on,
women
who wasn't marrying kids back in that time? Everybody was doing it. Not saying it was right, but I do think it's an unfair claim to say, oh, well, he was dating kids. That's what everybody was doing, even Christians.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, they were. They definitely were.
No, Yahweh literally said anybody that rapes somebody, they get the death penalty.
So way back when
they make women cover their entire bodies
with clothing and cloth because they feel.
Misfit.
Hold on, can I please just
Yeah,
finish what I'm
you gotta
saying?
let her cook. Let her go ahead and cook.
Yeah, let her cook.
Listen, they make women and children cover themselves because, God forbid, they're trying to turn men on, which means the women and children have to cover themselves with a damn sheet so that the man doesn't want to attack them with his penis. That is not the women's problem. It's not the children's problem. That is a problem with the men. It is a problem with the culture. There are so many.
That's not
things
why
that
they
are
do that. But
based.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There are so many ways that it is. So many soldiers came home that were being over there. I know two firsthand that were just totally tore up because they saw things happening to kids, and our U.S. government was telling them, we can't intervene with that. We can't intervene with it. And they had to come home with that. And that's the shit that people don't want. That's the shit people don't want to talk about. And that's what we
Look,
don't want here.
I agree with Misfit. Like, she's completely right. That's the reason why they
Actually, I will tell you this
hide
right
the
now:
freaking
the
people.
women cover up because they see it as their devotion to God. I do hear what you're saying, but that's more of a radicalization of it.
No, yeah, that is a radicalization of it. Them saying, "Oh, they're for God." No, it's so that they don't get raped by angry.
Well, if you ask a Muslim woman, they're going to tell you it's for God. Like, I'm be real with you. They're really
exactly,
if you ask a Muslim
but that's
woman, they'll say it's for God. But
That's
you
what
guys
they
were
do.
Muslims are
that's
saying
not
that,
the
it's
exact
because the
reason.
guys
They
won't rape
don't live over in completely Islamic countries. This is how those Islamic countries turned into Islamic countries. An abuser doesn't come in and show his hard hand.
So
He's
is
going to
every woman
sweeten
being
you up,
abused in
pull
an
you
Islamic
in.
country?
What's that?
Is every woman being abused in an Islamic country?
If they don't hide their hair, their face, and their body, sure, they probably will be.
So it doesn't matter how they feel about it. It's just how you guys feel about it. They feel like they're
No,
devoting
it's
God.
not
You
how
feel
I
like they're
feel about
being.
it. I remember when the internet first came out, one of the biggest things that was going around the emails was women and people trying to get awareness out about how badly women in Pakistan were being treated compared to how they were treated in the 70s.
Okay. Yo, I got a response to this. Hey, Misfit, give me 2 seconds. All right, so Seth, there was a Pakistani taxi cab driver that was talking to I just saw a video of it, talking to a passenger. He was like, yeah, if you were in Pakistan, we would have kidnapped you and raped you. We can't do that here in this country. And he was in Canada.
Yeah, that's just what one Pakistani guy says. I don't think the rest of Pakistan would agree with that.
No. I guarantee you, bro, Muslim men, if you realize hear me out. Hear me out. There's a reason why they want them to hide their hair, their face, or just show their eyes. They hide their entire body is because then they can't be tempted. I guarantee you, if any of these Sharia law countries, these women tore off their, Sharia law freaking hijabs and showed their hair, their face, their lips, their body, they would get fucking raped in 2 seconds. And that's not a lie. That's
bro. That's
facts.
the one you're going off of one Pakistani guy. But let me tell you why.
I'm not going off of
Let me tell you why they do it. They do it because one, it's supposed to be seen as a Come on now, dog. I let you go ahead and say that. You gotta let me say my piece.
No, I saw that one recently. What I'm trying to tell you is that's not just a one case thing. You realize that's why it went that way, which is why they have to wear that. Because these people can't fucking control themselves. Just saying.
No. I'm sorry. I have to tell you that it's not just only that. If you're saying that's the only reason, that's not it. It's submission to God. It's practicing modesty. And of course, there is the protection and it's respect as well. And they also use it as a way to identify themselves as Muslims. So, like you guys trying to make it about trying to pervert it, that's honestly propaganda against Muslims. Y'all are perverting the message when it's all about submission to God.
Can I speak real quick? Let me ask you a question, Seth. So while I was deployed, I've been to Oman, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Pakistan. I've been over and Saudi Arabia. I've been over to these countries in person. Okay. My question for you is this: if what you're saying is correct, why are there so many women that come through U.S. military bases or reach out to NCIS for help on escape?
For help on escape.
Justify to me that.
Well, then you have to justify to me. Then why would there be Christian women going to Islam if they're going to be subjugated?
Oh, that's very easy. That's because they don't like the values that they don't like what's demanded of them from Christianity.
I think
Then you can say the same thing about them. You can say the same thing about the Muslim women.
I think in order to ask that question accurately, you'd have to look at both situations in more than one country.
Nah, I mean, no, he answered it. Both sides, just like the Muslim woman don't want to accept the Islam lifestyle, the Christian woman don't want to accept the Christian lifestyle.
Well,
and they went the other side because of it.
No, you're oversimplifying it, Seth. There's a huge difference. God says, forsake your earthly desires and chase after me. And a lot of people, generally speaking, don't want to do that because they like the expedient, feel-good feeling. In Islam, however, there have been multiple Muslims that have come out and said it, where there is a hypersexualization of the women over there. There is a very jihadist atmosphere, and predominantly most Muslim women are feminists because that's the only way that a lot of them feel power. When they come over here,
I don't
majority
know,
of
because
them,
in places like Iran, it's like a lot of women love the fact that they're adhering to their Muslim culture. They like being dressed up. So if you just want to bring up the naysayers, the ones who disagree, I mean, I could do that about Christians who want to go over to Muslims.
I'm sorry, but like you're arguing with a bunch of spoiled Christians who want me now versus a bunch of
then you could
me going to like several different countries, not because I wanted to, and hearing these stories from women who genuinely have qualms about the entire structure of Islam on top of actively trying to get away.
Yes, and I could hit you with saying I've heard many church girls say they hate the structure of their church in Christianity, and they feel like it, deprives them of their self-worth or deprive them of who they are. But I'm not going to sit here and say that, all Christian women want to leave. Like, I don't think that's a fair thing to say. But I hear you, though. I do hear you, and trust me, I recognize that there are women who are disgruntled with Islam, just like there are women who disgruntled with Christian, Hindu.
I can give you that.
Well, we can establish a baseline for this query and get GPT in on it.
Matter of fact, how about we just ask the people in the comments, take a vote?
Well, that they're probably majority English speaking, so it might be scary.
Yeah, and majority Christian. They got to remember, like, I'm mainly a conservative channel, so mainly people I speak to are Christian. Thank God. Like, trust me, I prefer Christianity over Muslim, but I just don't like how people have this like politicized view of Muslims or Islam. And let's be real. I mean, y'all have read your Bible and all that good stuff. Y'all know it, but do you know theirs? And I ask you, like, I would advise you to try to step into other people's perception and listen to both sides, the people that don't like it and the people that agree with it. And it sounds like you guys are just going with the people who disagree with it.
No, I can genuinely say.
Do you listen to both sides? Let's be
myself.
honest. Do you listen to the women who love being Islam, who says that they love being a Muslim, or do you just listen to the women that say they hate it? Be honest.
Okay, so let me answer this. Okay, so
because y'all ain't give me one story of a Muslim, of a loving Muslim. I mean, or a person who likes to be. Y'all just be giving me the doomsday of.
Let me cook for you. Let me cook for you.
All right, go ahead. Appreciate you.
So I got a few boys. One of them, his name is, I'm not gonna drop his name. Never mind. I'm gonna use aliases. I'm gonna call them Pint, Matt, and Don. Obviously, that's not their name. But yeah, they like Islam because from when I went out drinking with them while I was overseas, back when I was about that life, yeah, they like Islam because it actually invites a family structure. A lot of the way that they live over there, they live in family compounds. So a lot of generational wealth is stacked up in the household. They like the fact that because of the way that their family structure is set, it's very easy to identify where people, whose household they're a part of. They enjoy being able to go to different countries and have their prayer time respected. Those are just a few things. I mean, obviously, they don't like the racist. What do you call it? Like racist perception. Obviously, they don't like it. But at the same time, there are things where they found that, hey, I've found this religion. I think it's pretty nifty. I've had a pretty good life from it. Here's where it is. I have a couple of female friends from high school who actually are Muslim, and they travel, they own property, they live in family compound, the same structure, and they're really well off. So no, I'm not going to sit up here and say every single person, but a large majority of the women that I have seen, me personally, that I have seen, very dissatisfied with the way that their lives are over there in places like Afghanistan, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Duqm, Yemen, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and then we haven't even touched at places in Africa like Kenya, Djibouti, and Uganda.
All right, I hear you on that one. And well, and here's the thing. And like I said, I live around a decent amount of Muslims, mainly the Somali ones and the African ones. Like I said, I grew up with an African Muslim, and like I said, I haven't really heard none of. Well, I've heard horror stories where women are like, "Yeah, I left Islam because of this, that, and the third." But then I've also heard women, dudes say they love it. So, like I said, I understand that there are horror stories and that there are honestly and there are great stories on, well, Islam. I'll be honest with you, I know that. But the problem is, let's be real. You guys came up here and said nothing but negativity towards Islam for a religion that damn near holds y'all Messiah to a standard. But I'm be real with you, y'all shit on theirs. So
you didn't hear me shit on anybody.
Nah, I'm just being.
You didn't hear me shit on anyone.
I'm just saying, it seems like the respect is one way.
Well,
I don't think so. See that? I don't agree with that.
When I talk to Muslims, you know what they tell me? What's up with all these people hating us all of a sudden? Like, I know 9/11 was bad, but where did it come from? And I'm like, I'm telling them Palestine.
Let me own my stuff real quick.
All right.
What did I say?
I don't like that particular. It's not the people that I have a problem with. Let me clarify that. It's the ideology that comes with it, and I've seen it, and I've had to fight against it. So for me, yeah, I'm gonna own myself and say I'm looking at it from a particularly biased perspective, because even though I've seen good parts, and they're few far in between, it's always been pins and needles when dealing with it. When you have a Muslim country, Turkey, who won't even let in other groups of Muslims from certain parts of the world, that says a lot. And like I said, I have Muslim friends, I have Christian friends, I have Hindu friends. I mean, we have these type of conversations all the time, but
friends.
But in terms of the ones where it's I've had the most conflict with is over Islam and the way that they come over into other countries and radically change it.
The radical part is the problem. I just don't think, if you look at some of the portions of the cultures, they don't mix. The two are very different cultures. So, and
I don't know. I feel like people kind of half-ass practice Christianity. If you kind of followed it to the T, I would honestly be modest. I'll be damn near dressing like them, or at least one step down from them.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel like, think about it. The Bible says y'all to be modest, dress modestly, but do women in America do that? Women practice more feminism than Christianity, in my opinion, in America.
I think we owned a farm, my ex and I, in the southern tier of New York. And we were predominantly surrounded. We were considered the Englishmen. because we are surrounded predominantly by the Amish. And this is very old school Amish, not Mennonites, nothing like that. We're talking old school Amish. And we were pretty much a part of their community. They used to hire my husband to go out and do work that they couldn't do when it came to like machines and so on and so forth. And I used to drive the women around. And if you want to talk about modest, oh my goodness, their faces are showing, their hands are showing because they're out there. You know what I mean? It does not have to necessarily be to that extreme. It really does not. And it's situations, I guess, like Dearborn and that, like my family is military and police based. And that's all I'm gonna say about that, just because of their safety, the way the world is right now. And it's a well-known fact that those areas, and I'm going to say those areas as in Dearborn or smaller clusters, or they don't go there because it's different. And okay, fine, every culture is different, but in America, our law enforcement, so on and so forth, should be able to enter anywhere and it not be so extremely different. That's not coming to America to learn American values, to live American ways, and to enjoy American freedom and prosperity. That's why immigrants came here. I'm going to America for a better life. I'm not going to America so I can change an American town to where I just left. That's not what America is for. We have things like, we have Chinatown, we have like Little Italy, we have, you know what I mean? I grew up in a very predominantly Italian New York town that was run, I found out when I was older, by the mob. Like, we had a racetrack and the whole nine. The Simpsons even talked about my hometown as the mob. But the police are still there. The government is still there. It is still American. Our town should not be turned into any different thing. And I don't care if it's Muslim. I don't care if it's, you know what I mean? It
Hindu,
just,
don't
that
matter.
shouldn't happen. That should not happen. Coming to America for the American dream does not mean going in and changing a huge part of America to what you left. We're a melting pot.
With
and if you don't come in here and melt into the pot, you're stirring the fucking pot.
Right. And that's
All
my
right.
main problem.
Okay, I'm done.
Immigrant.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, hold on first. Shout out Misfit though. Appreciate that one.
Yeah. So, hey, don't say that I actually said something hateful toward Islam.
No, I would say this. Like, it kind of goes into the point right here, man. I'm gonna let you cook right after, but first, let me go ahead and get into these real quick. So, shout out Tectonics. He says, look at images of Iran from the 1970s. Oh yeah, they were living freely, man. They was doing well over there. And shout out to my man Hellbat saying this while there is a Christian hunt in Syria. Yeah.
I tried not to bring that up.
Yeah, trust me. You know what? Actually, the reason I don't know if this is probably the right thing to say, but I'm just gonna say it. We're over here complaining that Muslims are over here in our country, Islamists are over here in our country. Well, what makes you think that they would want our religion in their country? I'm just saying, let's just fair is fair. And I don't condone the deaths, not at all. I'm just saying though.
Historically speaking, Christianity actually originated out of the Middle East and spread to Africa. Africa has the very first Bible, being the Ethiopian Bible. So actually, Christianity came.
But when these countries were established, they were established on being Muslim. So to try to just kind of, like, and I get what y'all saying. Trust me, they shouldn't be done. But we're over here complaining about Islam being in America. Well, which makes you think that Islam isn't going to complain about Christians being in there?
No, it's not about the religion. It's about
not. No,
it's the
culture. Well, what about them? Like, they could feel the same way. Well, it's not about. It's about these people who are Christians.
Here's the thing. Whenever I had to go pull into a port, they gave us a debrief on the entire history of the culture, do's and don'ts, everything. Whenever you get a passport and you go over sees, it's always recommended by the U.S. Department of State and Travel that you learn about the culture and you understand the do's and don'ts. When everybody else from around the world, let's step away from Islam in the Middle East for a second. You go over to, let's hop to Asia, right? Because they're always quiet and pretending like they're innocent and they're not. And they're way more racist than Americans ever hope to be. Let's go over there for a second. How many Asian immigrants do you know that can actually fluently speak English without you having to constantly say, can you repeat that? Or having to like listen in real hard. Go over, if an American goes over there and we can't speak an Eastern Asian language, it's like, did you even try? Good luck getting around.
Wow. Yeah, we do respect other nations' cultures more than we respect our own. Or we force ourselves to respect other nations' cultures, I would say.
It's not that. There's a lack of respect. There's a lack of respect coming the American way versus the other way around. And I think American people in general are just sick of that entirely.
So you think it's a lack? Don't you think? I don't know. What about a lack of enforcement?
You know, all that's coming to mind right now is the U.S. flags being burned in protest, while Mexican, Pakistani, and all these other countries' flags are being flown. That's, I think, that right there is the perfect picture of the disrespect shown towards America, while our borders are literally being beaten down by those who come in, and it's. I don't understand it. I just don't understand. But that's the picture that came to mind when you said, so do you think there's a lack of respect coming? You know, there really is. And it's shown to us every day.
I mean, the amount of, just go into any internet thread and you can literally see the amount of, Americans are so this, Americans are so that. But like, if we withdrew all of our military assets, the entire global economy would go to hell in a handbasket and be burned down by the next business day.
Yeah, a lot of our trolls wouldn't show up because they wouldn't have internet anymore.
So it's kind of like, you know, I think Americans are just, and it goes back to, you know, kind of what the videos you were showing earlier, that why are we doing and bending over so much for other people and other nations when they aren't going to be as reticent to do it for us? And we've seen that.
Not true. True. No, I definitely get what you're saying right there. I always agree with you guys on that. Hey, I don't believe that there should be no type of Sharia law over here or anything like that. But I do like to poke at some of, I guess I would say, double standards that we do have over here.
No, that's good. I mean, that's one of the things that kept me coming back to your channel is that, for one, these conversations can be had openly and not fearfully, as long as people are respectable, and everybody here can have a different point of view, and a conversation can take place and see it, you know, and at the end of the day, just come to agreement that, damn, you know, sometimes just damn.
I'd also like to add that I kind of have a duality. I kind of switched conversations because I'm an apologist. So I learned about this stuff through archaeology rather than following it through scriptures first. And so when I get in, I'm an engineer, so I'm going to act like a nerd. And if I think I know some facts, those are the facts I'm going to spit. I'm not dissing on their culture, even though, I mean, I kind of is.
Computer engineer right here.
Nice. But all right, hold on, guys. I do have to get to the super chats because I didn't miss a whole lot of them. So sorry, guys, but I got you. Shout out Chase. It's radicals. We're talking about S.E.T, not Muslims. Man, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes I can't tell the difference because there's a difference between being critical of Islamists and all that and just outright trying to thrash the entire Islamic religion. I'm like, hold on. You know, when you guys thrash the entire book, you're pretty much saying F all Muslims. Like, there's no, It's like me thrashing the entire Bible. You can't sit there and say I'm not saying F all Christians.
Well, I mean, I might do that a little bit to the Bible too. And I am Christian, but I'm a evolutionary theist apologist.
Yeah, but you're not going to throw away the whole Bible, though.
No. I mean, I consider all of these books kind of a lineage and a history of where
we get that part, but that's the problem on the other side. That does seem like the guys who hate Muslims is like, yo, they'll say the most craziest things about the religion of Islam. But then, I mean, and like Chase, I believe what you're saying. But there are really people who just hate Muslims outright. And sometimes I do need to know, like, all right, well, do you actually hate Muslims? Do you actually hate Islam and all that good stuff? Or do you have a fair critique of these people in their country, in respective countries and what they're doing? Because at a certain point, it does get down to a hatred of just outright Muslims to the point where you got to talk down on their religion. And Lord knows if you talk down on their religion, you're pretty much saying F that entire group of people. Just like if I talk down on the Bible or Jesus, Lord knows I never do that, I'd be talking down on all Christians. So I would just like to keep that consistency when we're, criticizing people.
Well, yeah, like the balance. Personally, like I said, I grew up with some, so it's not like I just see them from afar. I've interacted with them, and I'm not saying that they're bad people.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm saying that I'm a nerd, and if we want to talk about theism and stuff like that, then I'll do what I can.
And besides, and guys, if you want to know what I'm talking about, you ever see my chat every time I talk about Islam or the Middle East, you will see the most wildest rhetoric about Islam that, hey, look, I'll just sit back and ignore. Like, trust me, I'll address it when I need to, but this is where I get it from. If you ever sit back and watch my chat when I talk about these topics, you'll hear the most craziest things. But shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, I'll remain at China, enemy number one. Me too. Shout out to China, enemy number one. And yes, Vlastine, shout out Vlast. He says, Sharia law is not compatible with the Western civilizations. Not at all. Limits freedom of speech. And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave for the baller alert. He says, Set, I'm sorry. Hold on. Whoops. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Sorry, I forgot to add you in, but Set, I'm sorry. I don't care about your religion is. Don't come to this country that is based on Christianity and try to change it to Islam. Come to this country and assimilate. Otherwise, stay where you are. And I mean, hey, it is. I respect that.
It's a fair ask.
Yeah, it's a fair ask. It is. It really is.
I'm not fucking wrong.
What?
Hold on now. Let's get over.
Listen, I'm not going to go to fucking Afghanistan, right? If I went to Afghanistan and said like, oh, well, I'm a Christian, I'm going to try and push this shit here, I'd probably be fucking beheaded and done with, right?
I mean, let's be real though. There are some brave souls who do try that. Let's be honest though. We got some brave souls out there in the Middle East and West Africa.
Am I wrong?
In this sense, no, Dave, you're not. In this sense.
Okay.
But shout out to Dave.
Don't come here and try and change an entire country into your bullshit because we don't believe in it. But if you want to push it and you get the sheeple to believe it, fine. Let's go that route and see how fast this country fucking degrades. And that's their fucking goal.
Well, it's not even just the Middle East, like I said. It's a global thing. And I am, for one, in general, are just sick of it. Because, like I said, we do so much for... I never understood how much we did until after I got into the military and coming out as a civilian. I'm like, you ungrateful little idiots can like go kick rocks and pound sand. Don't ask America for stuff when y'all are just flagrantly being disrespectful.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
Bro, I've been of the opinion that let these fucking other Middle Eastern countries fucking glass themselves and have a nice day. Like, let them do what they want to fucking do. We stay here on our continent and, you know, blast their shit from fucking space. And we'll be all right. You do what you want to do. Have your little fucking strifes and glass yourselves, and maybe we'll take
glass them. So we'll glass them and then pick up the oil later.
Yeah.
Have a nice day. Well, we have.
Not our fucking problem. We have plenty of fucking oil in the United States. We don't need to fucking rely on them.
Well, hold on, Dave. I do got to get to one of your super chats though, because you said I'm torn about NYC, but let them reap what they sow. However, I think a wake up call is needed.
Yep.
All right, and shout out Yo Series. He says, have you seen what's going on in Dearborn, Michigan? African Muslims are nothing like Middle East Muslims. I mean, that is the truth. I'll give you that one. That is that they are a bit different. I will tell you that. Because African Muslims, honestly, they assimilate pretty damn well, to be quite honest. You don't even know they're Muslims sometimes.
Yep. I can vouch for that.
Like, I'll
And
give
they
you
make
that.
real good food.
Oh, God, they do. Man.
Hey, real quick question. I know this is off topic. I know this is off topic, but what's up with the beef over rice that they got going on in Africa?
Bro, the jollof between the cooked rice, bro, I don't know. It's like who claims it or who just has a better one. Because people say, "Oh no, jollof is made here or there."
Fuck off.
Oh Lord,
bro, trust me. Even the Caribbeans get involved in it. It makes no sense. Like you thought, I promise, you thought Asian people cared about rice until you met African people. It's like, oh, it's a wrap.
Rice is a fucking staple. Fuck you all. And that's a white guy telling you this.
Yeah, it's pretty much our oldest crop.
Well,
exactly. I'll stick with potatoes. You give me potatoes, I'm good.
Yeah, I got a potato for you.
Hey, look at me. Look at me. Rice is ours now.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, look at me. Look at me. The rice is ours now. We claiming it.
You got to that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Set. Are you the captain now?
Man, at this point, yes. I'm the captain of rice, and when it comes to rice, you guys have been disowned of it. We're taking on now. Rice is our thing, and we're taking it from the Asians as well.
Hell no.
I don't know. Japanese would like to have a word with you.
Hey, Set. Set. I've been watching fucking MA for I don't know how long. The fucking curry rice. I kind of want to try it. Can you make me some?
Man, shoot, my mom could. I ain't gonna lie. The curry rice.
Check this out.
It depends where you get it from. Like, I'm about to sound real racist, but when you get it from the Indians, I mean that watery stuff, boy, you're gonna be say it gonna be a real good experience in the bathroom. When you get it from a Caribbean, I mean, but way better, not watery.
Bro, I guarantee you.
Why they call us Caucasians?
Yeah, one sec. I went to Jamaica for like 2 weeks for my my gay friend's she was proposing to her girlfriend or whatever. Went there for 2 weeks, dude. The fucking curry fucking pork, curry fucking chicken. Oh my god, bro.
I can't stand
it's spicy as fuck, but I loved it. It was fucking delicious.
But all right, guys. All right. Now we did get a bit sidetracked on this. But all right, though, let's go ahead and switch up the topic. Oh, no, you're good, man. But I do have to get into the other super chats because Big Wave Dave, here you are again. The sad part is liberals don't learn. They just continue doing stupid shit. I mean, ain't that the truth? And shout out to Dave. That's not fair. We are invading other countries. I mean, proxy, sure, but of course not on boots. No boots on ground.
But we're not trying to push our religion on other countries. Well, no, I'm sorry, that's a lie. We are trying to push our religion and our democracy on other countries, which we shouldn't.
Let's be honest. We do try to push feminism on Muslim countries. Let's be real. As if that's ever going to change. And actually, you know what? We did get I think it was Saudi Arabia or was United Emirates that started letting women drive. So we got some of them to concede. Okay, see, we got some of these guys to concede on some things.
You mean basic,
I know basic things that women should be able to do in the first place. You are right.
Emirates now they're fine with
baby steps.
I'm breathing over here, Stat. I'm breathing. It's the only female up here. You said that, and I was like, oh, okay.
But
another random thought. I'm doing my dreads right now, and They got my head's looking like a yarmulke.
Hey, Misfit, do me a favor. Usa.
I am. I'm woosahing like a pro.
All right.
Alrighty now. But all right, guys. Now we are gonna get into conspiracy hour, but conspiracy hour has to be played on Rumble because we're gonna play that Tucker Carlson 9/11 documentary.
Again,
So let me go ahead and real quick while I post this on Rumble. In the meantime, I will have this little
thank you.
On Rumble? I've
Atkins,
never heard you go over to Rumble.
So, Set, going back to the rice thing, you know why white people are called Caucasians?
I want to say the Caucasus Mountains, but go ahead. Let me know.
Yeah, the Caucasus Mountains in Asia. So we're Asians. You can't take rice away from us.
Well, damn. Well, damn. When you say it like that, when you bring up the history of it like that,
You know the Caucasus Mountains are in modern day Persia, right?
No, modern day Georgia.
Yeah, that's still a part of the Persian speaking nation, I should say.
All right. Well, yeah, and it's right there next to Mesopotamia, where Mesopotamia was.
But
at the end of the day, no matter what the color, the only one that matters is green.
Man.
Oh yeah, and I don't actually think we were super duper white at the time. I mean, 7 million years ago, we were almost a chimpanzee.
I pleased a fucking Brazilian girl and got a child out of it, and I'm white, so has nothing to do with race.
I don't know, Dave. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Dave. If you ain't tell me your kid was Brazilian, I would not believe it.
Well, if we're gonna talk about race, we're all Homo sapiens.
We are. We're all fucking human.
Believe it or not, brown doesn't exist on the color spectrum. It's actually a hue of orange that has been taken very close to its black hue spectrum.
Well, it's between orange and red.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway, hey guys, I'm going to bed. Have a nice night. Great talking to you all.
Shall be way Dave. Now, oh yeah, but before you leave, Dave, let me go ahead and announce this real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and post the Rumble link in the chat. And well, for some of you guys who already follow me on Rumble, you could just go ahead and go right over. But I will be ending the YouTube stream, and we will be continuing Conspiracy Hour on Rumble because, well, I just can't play the documentary on YouTube. So
yeah, I'll keep listening till I fall asleep.
All right, my man. Appreciate you, Dave. And all right, guess, dude, you came up here. What's going on, my man?
Hey. No, I was just over here because you're going over to Rumble. I don't have Rumble on my phone, so thought I'd hop up here on stage so I could keep watching.
Nice. All right, good. Nice strategy.
Yeah,
all
that's
right,
what
guys.
I do. Guess. I'm sorry. Guess. What do you want from me?
Say again.
What do you want from me?
What I learned? I literally just hopped on, so I
thought you wanted something from me. You brought me up, so I don't know.
No, I just hopped on so I could keep watching on Rumble, man.
All right.
All right, now, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close it on YouTube real quick. But first, though, yeah, guys can go ahead and have well, I guess Dave can give his goodbyes while I go ahead and set this up. And if nobody, well, it doesn't sound like I got any goodbyes left, so we're just gonna go ahead and end it on YouTube already.
All right. Good night, everybody.